What if the blood that stained the sands of ancient battlefields was more than just a color? What if it whispered tales of betrayal, vengeance, and an insatiable thirst for power that reverberated through the ages? Picture a world where loyalty is a shackle and honor a mirage, a place where empires rise on the backs of blood feuds that twist the very fabric of society into a grotesque tapestry of fate. Meet the families, once allies, now bitter enemies, locked in a brutal dance of revenge that would make even the most ruthless reality TV show look like a children's puppet show. Each skirmish ignited not just clashes of swords, but titanic clashes of ideologies, transforming the desert into a cauldron bubbling with rage and resentment. The stakes were higher than the minarets piercing the skyline. This was a game where losing meant losing everything. In one corner, the proud house of Ul-Khari, masters of the blade and the art of deception. In the other, the fierce house of Ulmansor, renowned for their cunning and treachery. What happens when feuding families converge like storm clouds, each promising to unleash a tempest upon the other? Blood spills, but so do the secrets buried beneath the weight of centuries. Picture it, a midnight rendezvous under a crescent moon, where whispers of betrayal electrify the air. Murmurs of a hidden gem, an artifact said to hold the power to end the feud, dance through the shadows like smoke. But who will grasp it first? Who will wield its power? And what price must be paid for victory? Imagine the scene, a lavish banquet cloaked in deception, where laughter masks daggers hidden beneath silk robes, and the wine flows like the blood of the fallen. The host, wearing a smile as sharp as a scimitar, raises a toast, oblivious to the simmering tension that electrifies the room. How long until the wine turns crimson? How long until the laughter echoes with the screams of the betrayed? With every heartbeat, the reader inches closer to the truth, ensnared in a web spun from lies, lust, and the unquenchable thirst for revenge. Will the blood feud extinguish in flames, or will it ignite a firestorm that engulfs every corner of the Middle East? What if the answers are buried not just in history, but in the very marrow of the bones of those who came before? What if the battle lines drawn in the sand are still fresh, still eager to be crossed? Each twist and turn unearths echoes of the past, conspiracies written in blood, betrayals that make even the most seasoned spy shiver. What fate awaits those who dare to challenge the legacy of bloodshed, riding the razor's edge of ambition and wrath? This isn't just a story of families, it's a saga of the human condition, a pulse-quickening, blood-boiling exploration of power and peril. Can you hear the whispers of the dead? Can you feel the weight of the unspoken? Welcome to the Enigma, the blood feud that shakes the very foundations of a region. Buckle up. The real question is, are you ready to face the truth? The walls tremble under the weight of silence, thick and heavy, an ominous shroud smothering the air. I stand there, heart pounding, between the echoes of history and the cries of the present. Dust motes dance in the dim light, caught in a moment that feels endless, a heartbeat suspended in time. It's here, in the alleyways of Jerusalem, where shadows stretch like fingers grasping at the past, that conflict simmers, the smell of gunpowder lingers, and the cries of children puncture the stillness. I remember the first time I met Hannah, her laughter ringing like a bell, bright and clear, cutting through the chaos. She lived in a crumbling apartment overlooking the ancient city, walls lined with photographs of a life that once felt unshakable. Her eyes held a fire, a desperate flicker of hope against a backdrop of despair. One day, she said, her voice quivering like a leaf under a harsh wind, "We'll see peace." But that promise felt like a cruel joke, a whisper swallowed by the roar of a world on the brink of calamity. Rummy, on the other hand, was a storm. His anger burned hot, a wildfire raging through the wreckage of his youth. He had lost brothers and friends to a conflict that seemed to erupt from the very soil, like an unquenchable thirst for blood. He walked the streets of his city with clenched fists, eyes narrowed, seeking out the enemies that blurred the line between friend and foe. "You don't understand," he shouted one day, voice cracking like thunder, as if his pain could shatter the walls that kept us apart. "This is my home. My blood runs with the history of this place." I watched as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting a crimson hue over the rooftops, painting a picture both surreal and haunting. I remember, too vividly, the day they met. Hannah, with her gentle demeanor, approached Rummy, her heart stubbornly hopeful. "Talk to me," she urged, her voice soft yet steady, like the waves lapping at the shore, we can't keep living in the shadows of our parents' mistakes. But Rummy, trapped in his own tempest, dismissed her with a wave, eyes glinting like shards of glass. You speak of shadows while I'm drowning in the darkness of reality, he spat, and their worlds collided with the ferocity of a storm. Time twisted around us, like a serpent coiling tighter and tighter. I remember the time we stood atop the old city walls, watching as the streets below pulsed with life, vibrant yet fragile. Look at them, Hannah breathed, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, they're just trying to live. But Rummy's scorn was palpable, thickening the air. Live, he echoed, bitterness lacing his words. They're just waiting for the next explosion. I felt the weight of history pressing down, a heavy cloak that enveloped us. Generations of pain, resentment, and pride whispered through the cracks of the cobblestone streets, each stone a silent witness to the cycle of violence that spun ever onward. How could they understand one another when their hearts bore the scars of betrayal? I saw the flicker of fear in Hannah's eyes as she spoke of dreams and forgiveness, and the way Rummy's shoulders tensed, as if her words were an affront to his very existence. The shadows grew long as night fell, the moon rising high, a silent guardian over the chaos below. I remember, oh how I remember, the moment the sirens pierced the air, a wail that echoed through the alleys, freezing time itself. I watched as Rummy's face contorted with a mix of dread and determination. I have to go, he said, and the urgency in his tone ignited something primal in me, a gut-wrenching urge to scream for him to stay, to not become another lost soul consumed by hatred. But he was already running, chasing phantoms through the dark, while Hannah stood rooted to the spot, eyes wide, heart breaking. Rummy, she called, her voice a fragile thread, but it was swallowed by the night. I felt her despair, a visceral blow that knocked the breath from my lungs. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her that hope still existed, that love could flourish even in the most barren of lands. But the words stuck in my throat, trapped like moths in a jar. As the city burned, both literally and metaphorically, I realized I was standing at the crossroads of their lives, the fabric of fate weaving a tapestry of despair and longing. I remember the stories told around flickering fires, of ancient wounds that never healed, of promises made in blood and betrayal. The past loomed like a specter, haunting every decision, every breath. Time felt elastic, stretching and contracting, as Rummy's footsteps faded into the distance. I could almost hear the clock ticking, a relentless reminder that moments are fleeting, and in that heartbeat, the world shifted. The city, once alive with the promise of tomorrow, became a graveyard of dreams. I gripped Hannah's hand, feeling the tremor of her fear coursing through her, mingling with hope's last breath. The night deepened, a thick blanket smothering the light. I could sense the weight of the heavens above, the stars cold and indifferent, watching as humanity spiraled into chaos. And I wondered, as I stood there in that moment of heartbreak, if anyone would ever learn to listen. Would Rummy ever see that the ghosts of the past could not be exorcised with more blood? Would Hannah's light ever pierce through the encroaching darkness? As if the universe conspired against us, the ground shook, a warning of the storms yet to come. The air crackled with tension, the promise of confrontation looming just beyond the horizon. I could feel the fabric of this fragile moment unraveling, the raw emotions bursting forth like a floodgate, and with each second, the distance between Hannah and Rummy seemed to widen, like the chasm of history itself. Their stories were intertwined, yet they stood on opposite banks of a river plagued by fear and sorrow. The night closed in, and I was left with the echoes of their pain, haunting me like a distant memory, a reminder that the origins of conflict are deeply rooted, branches twisting and turning through time, each moment a choice a story waiting to unfold. And as the clock struck midnight, I knew this was only the beginning of their tale, a tale woven through time, blood, and an insatiable thirst for understanding in a land forever caught between shadows and light. The clock strikes midnight, a cold whisper cutting through the air as Malik stands at the edge of the crumbling balcony. Below him, the city pulses like a wounded beast, its heart throbbing with the flicker of candlelight and the distant echoes of unrest. The scent of burning wood lingers, smoke curling into the sky like lost dreams. He can hear the murmur of voices rising from the streets, a chorus of anger, sorrow, and hope mingling in the night. This is not merely a revolution, it is the birth of nations, and the weight of it crushes his chest. I remember the moment when everything changed, the day the Ottoman Empire dissolved into fragments, leaving behind a jigsaw puzzle of borders drawn in blood. I remember how the landscape morphed, reshaped by the heat of conflict and the chill of uncertainty. I remember standing with Malik, a man who once held dreams of prosperity in his calloused palms but now watched those aspirations turn to dust, swirling around him like the autumn leaves caught in an unforgiving wind. "Do you see them?" Malik whispers, his breath a plume of fog in the frigid air. His eyes, dark and deep, are pools of despair and determination. They are hungry for change, hungry for something to believe in. But beneath his resolute facade, I can sense the fracture of doubt, the gnawing fear that claws at his confidence. The world has become a stage set for chaos, and he is but an actor in a play where the script was never written. Beside him, Amina shivers, her hand clutching a tattered scarf around her neck, an armor against the biting cold and the biting truths. Her heart beats faster, a fluttering bird trapped in a cage of expectations. She was once a daughter of privilege, her laughter a melody in the halls of her father's estate. But privilege has turned to ashes, and she feels the weight of her ancestors pressing down, demanding her to choose between loyalty and freedom. "What if they come for us?" she murmurs, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf. "What if they tear apart everything we know?" Their friendship, forged in the fires of shared experiences, has become a lifeline. Yet, it dances on a razor's edge, teetering between the thrill of revolution and the dread of what it might bring. I can see the flicker of fear in Malik's eyes when he glances at Amina. She is a ghost of his past, the embodiment of everything he once wanted but now feels is slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. The streets below swell with the pulse of possibility, but at what cost? The flickering shadows of torches become specters of the past, whispers of the lives lost in the wake of this new dawn. I remember the sound of footsteps, the rhythm of boots marching against cobblestones, a drumbeat of destiny echoing through the alleys, reverberating in my bones. Malik clenches his fists, knuckles white against the dark backdrop of night. "I will not let them take our city," he vows, his voice rising above the tumult, a call to arms that draws others to him like moths to a flame. But the flame is wild, unpredictable, and the shadows dance with ominous intent. They are all caught in a storm, and I can see the gathering clouds of uncertainty, thick and heavy, pressing down on their hearts. Meanwhile, in a corner of the city, Fatima stands alone, a woman of the streets, a voice unheard. Her back is pressed against the weathered stone of an abandoned market, watching the world shift and change before her eyes. The revolution is not just a distant dream, it is her reality, and it holds her tightly in its grip. She remembers the cries of her children, the way their laughter turned to silence as the war crept into their lives like a thief in the night. "Change," she whispers to herself, though the word tastes bitter on her tongue. What good is change when it brings more pain? Fatima is caught in the crossfire of loyalty and survival, the personal struggles of motherhood clashing against the ferocious roar of a nation demanding rebirth. She sees the faces of her children in the crowds, feels the tug of their innocence as they march towards an uncertain future, their little hands reaching for stars just out of reach. As dawn approaches, casting a pale light over the horizon, the city trembles with the promise of change. Each heartbeat becomes a ticking clock, a countdown to the moment when everything will erupt like a volcano. Malik, Amina, and Fatima are bound by the threads of their choices, their lives intertwined in a tapestry woven with fear, hope, and resilience. They stand on the precipice of transformation, the air thick with tension, the ground beneath them shaking with the weight of history. I remember the scent of gunpowder mingling with the sweetness of jasmine, an olfactory reminder that beauty can coexist with despair. The sun rises, casting its golden light over the city, revealing the scars of the past and the glimmers of a future still unwritten. As Malik grips Amina's hand, the warmth between them a flicker of solace amidst the chaos, I feel the world holding its breath, waiting for the first spark to ignite the powder keg of emotion and ambition. And then, in that heart-stopping moment, the air shatters. A scream pierces the silence, the sound echoing through the alleys like a siren. The crowd surges forward, a wave of humanity crashing against the barriers of oppression, and I know then that this is not just the rise of nation-states, it is a revolution of the soul, raw and unfiltered. The confrontation is imminent, the climax a breath away. Every character is poised on the edge of their own demise, their destinies colliding like stars in a cosmic dance, each moment leading to the next. Each heartbeat reverberates in my chest, and the tension swells, a relentless tide. In this city reborn from the ashes of an empire, shadows loom large, but within them, the flicker of hope dares to shine. And as I stand witness to their struggle, I feel the pull of history wrapping around me, an inescapable force, as they hurtle towards an uncertain tomorrow, a tomorrow where the line between freedom and chaos blurs, and the fight for identity begins anew. The air felt thick, suffocating, as I stood in the shadow of the ancient minaret, the sun bleeding its last rays into the horizon, a fiery orange that bled into the evening sky like an open wound. A scream tore through the silence, shattering the tranquility of dusk. It was a sound that echoed with centuries of pain, a cry that spoke of hatred festering like a wound left untreated. My heart raced, caught between the pulse of the crowd and the whispers of my own doubts. I remember the faces, contorted with fear, rage, and bewilderment. In that moment, I caught sight of Amir, his eyes wide, reflecting the chaos around him. He was a man shaped by the burden of history, the weight of expectation hanging heavily on his shoulders. A devout Sunni, he carried the conflict within him like a knife, sharp and ready to cut. The sacred words of the prophet echoed in his mind, yet they were drowned out by the call to arms from those who twisted faith into something ugly, something deadly. Then there was Fatima, a Shia woman whose faith was a tapestry of heartache and resilience. I saw her standing across the plaza, defiance radiating from her very being. A fire burned in her chest, fueled by generations of suffering, yet she bore the scars of her struggle like badges of honor. She had witnessed the violence that had torn families apart, the bitter fruits of division that grew from the seeds of misunderstanding. In her hand, she clutched a tattered prayer rug, its fibers worn down by the weight of countless supplications, each thread a plea for peace in a world painted with the colors of conflict. The crowd surged, a living, breathing mass, and I felt the pulse of their fear mingle with the fervor of their anger. I remember the moment our eyes locked, Amir's uncertainty clashing with Fatima's unwavering resolve. In that brief instant, time folded in on itself, and the chaos around us faded. Their lives were intertwined in a narrative written long before their births, a tale that spun threads of enmity between their communities, yet here they stood, two souls caught in the tempest of sectarian rage. Why can't they see? Amir's voice was barely above a whisper, yet it carried a weight that threatened to crush his spirit. We're bound by the same faith, the same love for the one. Why must we spill blood over whispers of division? Fatima's gaze softened, and I could see the flicker of understanding dance across her features, a momentary bridge spanning the chasm between them. It's not us, she said, her voice steady yet laced with sorrow. It's those who twist our words, turn our hearts against one another. They sow the seeds of division, and we are left to reap the harvest of their hatred. But even as she spoke, shadows loomed, figures emerging from the fray, their faces obscured by masks of fanaticism. I felt a shiver crawl up my spine as they brandished weapons, their chants rising like a dark tide, drowning out the cries of reason. The words were like daggers, piercing through the veneer of civility, igniting the fires of violence. Allahu Akbar, they roared, but their fervor was a twisted mockery of faith, a battle cry that dripped with the poison of division. I remember the moments that followed, chaos erupted like a storm breaking loose from the heavens. Amir, caught in a web of conflict, turned to Fatima, desperation etched across his features. We can't let them tear us apart. His voice trembled with the weight of his heart, a heart that longed for unity yet was shackled by the chains of fear. Fatima stepped forward, her conviction igniting a spark within the turmoil. Then stand with me. Stand against the hatred that binds us. Her hands were raised, a beacon of hope amidst the tempest, and I could feel the electricity in the air, the palpable tension as their worlds collided, two souls yearning for peace, yet caught in the throes of a conflict that threatened to consume them whole. The scene spiraled into madness as the faithful clashed, blood painting the cobblestones crimson, drowning the cries of the innocent in a cacophony of pain. I stood paralyzed, a witness to the horror unfolding before me. The air thickened with the scent of smoke, of flesh and fear, a visceral reminder of the cost of division. I could hear the whispers of history echoing in my ears, the tales of old that warned of the dangers lurking in the shadows of a fractured faith. In the midst of the chaos, time felt like a cruel joke, mocking the fleeting moments of clarity that punctured the darkness. I remember Amir's voice cut through it all, raw and unyielding. I remember the stories my grandfather told me, of a time when we stood together, united in purpose. Where did it all go wrong? Fatima's gaze pierced through the noise, her voice a quiet promise amidst the storm. It went wrong when we allowed others to define our faith, when we let fear dictate our hearts. Her words were a balm, soothing the wounds inflicted by generations of strife, yet they were also a challenge, a call to rise, to reclaim the narrative that had been stolen from them. And in that moment, as chaos reigned supreme, a flicker of hope ignited in the depths of despair. I could see Amir and Fatima standing tall, not as representatives of their sects, but as human beings, two souls bound by a shared dream of a future unshackled from the chains of division. They moved toward each other, a magnetic force drawing them together amidst the storm, defying the hatred that sought to tear them apart. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows, and I could almost hear the whispers of those who came before, ghosts of a time when faith was a unifying force, not a weapon wielded in the name of division. In the gathering darkness, their shared humanity glimmered like stars breaking through the night sky, a fragile light in a world consumed by shadows. And as the cacophony of conflict raged around us, I realized that this was not just a battle for the soul of a community, it was a struggle for the very essence of what it means to be human. In the swirling chaos of sectarianism, within the depths of despair and heartbreak, a single truth emerged: hope can flourish even in the darkest of places, yet it is a fragile bloom, needing care, nurture, and the courage to confront the ghosts that seek to divide. I remember the moment their hands reached out, the touch electric, defying the forces that sought to tear them apart. The world around them faded, the screams of the fray dimming into a distant murmur. In that heartbeat, they chose to fight not against each other, but for something greater, a vision of unity that beckoned from the shadows, waiting to be born anew. The air was thick with the stench of smoke and despair, a tang that clung to the throat. In the distance, a bell tolls, its sound resonating like a death knell through the narrow streets of a city caught in the grip of history's relentless hands. Shadows slipped through alleys, whispers of what had been, echoes of laughter turned to screams, of dreams crushed beneath the weight of colonial mandates. I could hear the drumming of hearts, frantic and desperate, rising to meet the chaos unfolding around me. "Why are you hiding?" The voice cut through the haze, sharp and accusatory. It belonged to Amina, her eyes fierce like twin daggers, searching the shadows for truth. I watched her, heart pounding, as she stood tall despite the terror that clawed at her every step. She should have been afraid, but her spirit wrapped around her like a cloak, defiant and strange in this moment, our moment. The injustice of it all hit like a brick in my chest. She was no stranger to loss, yet here she was, ready to face the world that had broken her over and over. "Because if I step into the light, they will see me," I whispered back, my voice cracking like brittle glass. The French mandate had turned our lives into a theater of cruelty. Amina, with her fiery spirit, was the only thing keeping me anchored. But I was drowning, caught in the turmoil of my own fears, my own past, and I hated myself for it. I had forgotten what it felt like to fight. The darkness of the night pressed against us, heavy and suffocating, the chilling wind carrying the scent of burnt dreams. I could feel the weight of history leaning down, bearing down, smothering our courage. The shadows flickered, ghostly remnants of lives lost to the streets where they had once run free, where laughter had once danced in the air like summer fireflies. Amina could sense my hesitation. "You don't get it, do you?" Her voice trembled, a mix of anger and anguish swirling beneath the surface. "This isn't just about today. It's about every single day that has come before us. We are the ghosts of the past, but we can choose to haunt the future. Will you stand with me or cower in the dark?" She was a storm, and I was a trembling leaf caught in her fury. I remembered flashes of my father, his hands calloused and worn, as he spoke of home, of freedom, of our fractured identity. The weight of expectations, traditions woven into my very being, threatened to pull me under. But standing beside Amina, I felt the fire ignite within me. I remembered the night spent huddled in whispers, dreams shared like secrets in the dark. We could not let the oppressors extinguish our flame. The echo of footsteps, heavy and purposeful, sent a chill racing down my spine. We knew what the soldiers were capable of if fear had a way of carving deep into the soul. There was a man named Khalid, a boy turned soldier, forced into this life by the very hands that claimed to save us. His face haunted me, a reminder that not all monsters wore masks of cruelty, some wore the guise of power and authority, cloaked in a righteousness that cut deeper than any knife. Remember the times we danced on the rooftops? Amina's voice broke through my reverie, pulling me back. We laughed like the world belonged to us. We can't let them take that away. Each word pierced through the haze, a life raft thrown into turbulent waters. Her determination was contagious, wrapping around my heart, urging me to fight back against the tide. Then, the moment arrived, a flash of raw emotion. The soldiers turned the corner, their silhouettes stark against the flickering streetlights. I felt the adrenaline surge, a primal instinct tugging at my core. Fear was a beast, gnashing its teeth, but it was nothing compared to the fire of hope ignited by Amina's unwavering belief. We were meant to be more than the ghosts of our past, we were meant to carve our legacy into the stone of this city, to claim it back from the hands of the oppressor. Now! Amina shouted, breaking the stillness. I lunged forward beside her. The world fell away, replaced by the pounding of my heart, the rush of blood in my ears. The soldiers froze, confusion flashing across their faces. For a heartbeat, it felt as if time stood still, suspended in the tension of our rebellion against a fate we had not chosen. The night air crackled with the electricity of possibilities. In that pulse of defiance, I saw Khalid's eyes wide, caught between duty and fear. "You don't have to do this," I shouted, though I knew he was bound by chains invisible to all but himself. Amina held her ground, and in her gaze lived the question we all faced: would we continue to let our blood be spilled without a fight? And then, chaos erupted. Shouts filled the air, mingling with the cries of our shattered hopes. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, every moment we had lived, every decision made, culminating in this eruption of emotion. My heart raced as I pushed forward, driven by an instinct greater than survival, an instinct for change, for reclamation of our narrative. The night bore witness. The stars, distant and indifferent, watched as lives collided, destinies intertwined. In the roar of the crowd, in the clash of bodies and ideals, I felt alive in a way I hadn't before. I was no longer just a shadow lurking in the darkness. I was a part of something larger, a tapestry of voices, of dreams unfulfilled, of legacies not yet claimed. But as the dust swirled around us, I could sense the inevitable, the heart-wrenching truth that loomed. We were not just fighting for our present, we were wrestling with the past, standing against centuries of oppression, of colonial scars that would not heal easily. Yet, amid that tumult, I saw hope reflected in Amina's eyes, a fierce light that would not flicker out, a beacon in the darkest of nights. And as the cries of battle echoed in my ears, I realized that this was not merely our story but a shared burden, a collective memory woven from pain and defiance, from dreams of a future that refused to die. We were not alone. We were the embodiment of generations that had come before us, and the fight was far from over. In that moment, I understood, even the darkest nights must yield to dawn. The midnight air was thick, heavy with the weight of unspoken words and unshed tears. It wrapped around Miriam like a shroud as she stood on the roof of her family's crumbling home in Jerusalem, eyes fixed on the horizon where the lights of the city flickered like distant stars, each one a life, a story, a wound. The moon hung low, casting long shadows that danced across the cobblestones like whispers of the past. She could hear the distant echo of voices, some filled with hope, others laced with despair. The streets were alive, but so was the silence that lurked beneath it all, waiting to explode. "I remember," she whispered, clutching the worn fabric of her father's towelette, the fringes scratching against her palm like a reminder of faith long since frayed. "I remember the laughter before all this." It was a laughter filled with promise, a laughter that now felt like a cruel joke in the face of what was to come. In the nearby alley, David crouched beside a crumbling wall, his heart pounding like the drums of war. He was just a boy of 17, but the world had placed the weight of centuries on his shoulders. He threaded his fingers through his hair, feeling the sweat on his brow, the whispers of his ancestors urging him on. "I have to protect them," he thought, a mantra repeating in the chaos that thrummed in his ears. The shadow of anger loomed large, thickening the air around him. It twisted within him, a serpent coiling tighter. "I remember," he muttered under his breath. "I remember the night we lit the menorah, the warmth of family around me." And now, those flames felt extinguished, snuffed out by the rage of men who had never known the sanctity of a home. Across the city, in a small house crammed between the wreckage of history and the promise of the future, Fatima sat with her mother. They were preparing the last meal they might ever share. The scent of spices mingled with the smoke of burning refuse outside, a reminder that survival was as much about the food on their plates as it was about the breaths they took. She held a piece of bread close, its texture rough against her fingers, and thought of her father's laughter, how it used to resonate like music through their bones. "I remember," she echoed, her voice a fragile thing, cracking under the weight of what had been lost. "I remember when we had enough food for everyone." "I remember," echoed around the room like a haunting refrain. The clock ticked methodically, each second a reminder of the time slipping away. Outside, the sounds of unrest began to swell, a rising tide of anger that crashed against the shores of hope. The city trembled as if aware of the storm brewing within its depths. Fatima's heart raced. She had dreams of a life unfettered by conflict, a future painted in hues of peace. But now, those dreams felt distant, cloaked in shadows, barely discernible. Miriam turned her gaze to the gathering clouds, a storm brewing not just in the heavens but in the hearts of her people. She saw the flicker of torches in the distance, a line of anger marching closer, their chants echoing off the ancient stones. "This isn't how it was supposed to be," she shouted into the night, her voice cracking like thunder. "We were supposed to live." But the silence that answered her was deafening, a chasm of despair. The memories of laughter faded, replaced by the deafening pulse of reality. David could feel the tension in the air, palpable and suffocating. He grabbed a makeshift weapon, a rusted pipe, his grip tightening. He was terrified, a whirlpool of fear and determination swirling within him. "Do I fight?" he wondered, wrestling with the knowledge that every choice had consequences. "Do I become what I despise?" His father's words echoed in his mind, a warning, a plea, a promise. "Be the light in the darkness, son. Always." "I remember," he chanted, stepping into the shadows, a specter of his own making. He could taste the adrenaline, sweet and bitter, as he prepared to face the unknown. Fatima's mother clutched her hand, a fierce grip that anchored her to the present. "Whatever happens, we stay together," she insisted, her voice a mix of fear and resolve. Fatima nodded, but inside, her heart quaked. The weight of her heritage sat heavily, each heartbeat a reminder of the blood that had been spilled in the name of identity, of land, of existence. The voices outside grew louder, a cacophony of anger and desperation. The air crackled with tension, it was a live wire ready to snap. Miriam felt the pull of the crowd, the urge to join, to stand with her people. But what would it mean? Would she be a beacon of hope or a pawn in the game of war? "I remember the stories of our ancestors," she thought, how they faced their trials with courage. But courage felt like a distant memory now, a tale told to children in the safety of night. The moment hung in the air, thick and suffocating, until it shattered with a sudden flash, fire, anger, chaos like shards of glass exploding all around them. David stepped forward, heart racing, he had to choose. Fatima and her mother clung to each other, both knowing that choice was no longer theirs to make. And then, as if the universe held its breath, the world ignited around them. Shadows collided, voices merged into a single roar, a visceral reminder that history was not a distant echo but a living, breathing entity. Miriam screamed, David charged, and Fatima stood frozen, all caught in the relentless tide of conflict that was about to sweep them into an unknown future. "I remember," and then the night swallowed them whole, a vortex of dreams and nightmares, as they were hurled into the chaos of a world that would never truly understand. Time lost its meaning, and the clock ticked on, indifferent. The sound of gunfire pierces the stillness like a knife, raw and jagged. In the dusty streets of Jerusalem, every echo is a heartbeat, a pulse that quickens the air, vibrating with tension and fear. I'm crouched behind a crumbling stone wall, breath shallow and labored, the weight of my heart pressing against my ribs. I can't shake the feeling that the ground beneath me is trembling, not with the tremor of war, but with the weight of history, of futures unspooled in an instant. Yasmin, a nurse with hands stained by the blood of countless victims, stands just a few feet away. Her eyes, once bright with the light of hope, are now clouded with despair. The children, she murmurs, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might shatter what remains of our world. They need us, but we can't save everyone. I can feel the tears brimming, the salt of them mingling with the dust on my cheeks, and the thought of the children, innocent souls caught in the crossfire, claws at my insides. I remember my little brother, Amir, laughing as he chased butterflies in our garden. I think of how he'd climbed the fig tree in our backyard, his laughter mingling with the sweet scent of ripe fruit. But that was before the sirens began their wailing, before the shadows of soldiers and the ominous whispers of guns filled the air. Now, the only sound is the crackle of radio static, punctuated by frantic cries for help. The night is thick with apprehension, a dark cloak that smothers the flickering lights of the city. I glance at Yasmin, her hands trembling as she clutches a makeshift bandage soaked with blood. I can't lose anyone else, she insists, her voice a fragile thread, teetering on the edge of a scream. I nod, though the knot in my stomach tightens. We're surrounded by walls that have stood for centuries, and yet it feels as if we're all teetering on the brink of oblivion. Outside, the gunfire bursts, rapid, relentless. It's a symphony of chaos, a horrific melody that drowns out the cries of the city's heart. I can almost hear the ghosts of our ancestors, their whispers threading through the air, urging us to remember who we are. But who are we, really? Are we merely survivors of fate, flotsam caught in the tide of history? And then there's Eli, a soldier with a boyish face marred by the shadows of war. He steps into the fray, his rifle steady in his grasp, but I see the tremor in his hands, the uncertainty that ripples beneath the surface of his bravado. "We're fighting for our right to exist," he shouts, his voice cracking as if the weight of his conviction might shatter him. I see him glance at a distant figure, a woman and her child, huddled together, eyes wide with terror. "We can't let them take our home." He sounds so sure, so defiant, and yet it feels hollow, like a promise made in the dark. I remember our home, the fragrance of spices wafting through the air, the warmth of laughter around the dinner table, the weight of love binding us together. But all of that feels like a dream now, a distant echo drowned in the cacophony of gunfire and sorrow. I want to scream, to tear at the fabric of this reality, to reclaim what has been lost. How can Eli fight when he holds the burden of his own heart? How can Yasmin mend the wounds of the world when hers bleed so profusely? The streets are alive with shadows, flickering outlines of lives torn asunder. Families scatter like leaves caught in a storm, and each face I see is etched with fear, with despair, with a glimmer of hope that battles against the overwhelming darkness. I reach out, my fingers brushing against the cool stone, seeking solace where none exists. I want to tell Yasmin that she's not alone, that we are all bound by this shared suffering. I want to tell Eli that courage isn't the absence of fear, but the strength to face it head-on. But before I can speak, before the words can take flight, the world around us erupts. A chilling explosion rattles the ground, and time warps into chaos, moments stretch and snap, like the taut string of a bow, ready to release its lethal arrow. I'm thrown back against the wall, and in that instant, I see it all, the destruction, the chaos, the faces of those we've lost, and those we still fight to save. I see Amir's laughter, Yasmin's tears, Eli's resolve, all colliding in a cosmic ballet of tragedy and resilience. When the dust settles, the silence is even more haunting than the noise. The weight of it hangs in the air, thick and suffocating. I stagger to my feet, searching for the remnants of our humanity in the rubble, in the smoke that curls like spectral fingers around our dreams. My eyes dart from the fallen stones to Yasmin, who cradles a lifeless child in her arms, her heartbreak echoing in the universe. We need to keep going, I urge, but the words sound empty, hollow in the face of such profound loss. Eli stands frozen, staring into the abyss, the rifle slipping from his grasp. "What have we done?" he whispers, as if the question could somehow unravel the threads of fate, reverse the tide of history. I reach out to him, but he's already lost to the shadows, the weight of his choice is a shackle that drags him deeper. And in that moment, I understand, a nation is born not just from triumph, but from the ashes of heartbreak. We are the echoes of those who came before us, the longing of the present, and the uncertain promise of what lies ahead. We are the scars, the wounds that heal and fester, the love that persists in the face of immense loss. The world spins on, and as night descends once more, I feel the tremors of hope flickering like the distant stars above. But hope, I realize, isn't a destination, it's a journey through the darkness, a struggle that intertwines our fates, forever echoing in the hearts of those left behind. As we stand in the ruins of our lives, I know this battle is far from over. The story continues, the shadows linger, and perhaps, just perhaps, we will find a way to reclaim our humanity amidst the chaos. The sound of gunfire echoes through the narrow streets, each shot a heartbeat, a pulse of terror rattling the windows of crumbling homes. A mother's scream slices through the air, raw and primal, as she clutches her child, their small bodies framed by the flickering light of a nearby lamp. The world outside shifts violently, a tempest of chaos and despair, while inside, the walls feel like they might close in, suffocating whispers of fear. I remember the first time I felt my heart race like this, the first time the sirens wailed, filling the night with a sound that promised only grief. I was a child then, a child playing hide and seek in the rubble of a playground that no longer existed. I can still taste the dust in my mouth, the grit of loss settling into my bones, shaping me. That playground was a graveyard now, but I played still, believing that laughter could drown out the pain. But today, laughter is a distant memory. There's Amina, her eyes a stormy sea of defiance and sorrow, filling every empty space in the room. She stands by the window, the glass a fragile barrier between her and the world outside, a world that seems determined to steal her breath away. Amina is strong, but strength is often an illusion, a mask worn to conceal the cracks that threaten to shatter her. She remembers her father, his laugh booming like thunder, was silenced too soon. She hears his voice in the rustling leaves, feels his presence in the cool breeze that caresses her face, a ghost that brings both comfort and agony. "I will not be silent," she whispers, her fists clenched tight, nails digging into her palms. It's a promise and a plea, a silent scream against the injustice that paints the walls of her home. She is a fighter, but every fight wears her down, and the weight of resistance is heavy, like carrying the burdens of history on her back. Across the street, under the dim glow of a flickering streetlight, stands Omar, a boy on the verge of manhood. He is a dreamer trapped in a nightmare, his soul tethered to the past yet yearning for a future that feels forever out of reach. He watches Amina, every glance a silent conversation, every heartbeat a question unanswered. He remembers a time when they would run through the streets, unafraid, when the only danger lay in being late for dinner. But now, he feels the shadows creeping in, swallowing the light. "I just want to be free," Omar mutters to himself, his voice barely above a whisper. The words taste bitter on his tongue, a reminder of the chains that bind him. He remembers the stories his grandmother told, tales of a land filled with olive trees and the scent of jasmine. Will we ever go back, he wonders, his heart aching for a place he's never truly known. As night descends, the sky becomes a canvas of darkness, punctuated by the distant glow of fires and the shadows of figures moving with purpose. Amina's resolve hardens, and she knows that every act of defiance is a step toward reclaiming her identity, a refusal to be erased. She gathers her friends, hearts beating as one, and together they march into the night, voices raised like a chorus against the silence that has suffocated their stories for far too long. "I remember the taste of freedom," Amina shouts, her voice a beacon, drawing others into the light. Each word is a spark, igniting the embers of resistance that simmer beneath the surface. The crowd swells, each face etched with determination, anger, grief, and hope. They march forward, footfalls echoing against the pavement like war drums, reverberating through the very bones of the city. But the night holds its breath. From the shadows emerge figures clad in uniforms, faces masked, a chilling reminder that the line between life and death is razor thin. The air crackles with tension, a palpable energy that grips the crowd, freezing them in place, hearts racing in unison. Omar's breath catches in his throat as he watches the scene unfold, the world around him narrowing to Amina's fierce gaze, a lighthouse in the storm. "Stay together," she urges, though her voice trembles. The fear is a living thing, snaking through the crowd, whispering doubts and threatening to tear them apart. But they hold on, the weight of their shared stories anchoring them in the chaos. Do you remember the stories of our ancestors? Amina raises her voice, drawing strength from the past. They fought, they loved, they cried. Their spirits live in us. Her words wrap around Omar like a warm blanket, reminding him of the strength that lies in identity, in the collective heartbeat of those who refuse to be silenced. Then, the moment shatters, the sound of a gunshot rings out, sharp and searing, slicing through the air. The world tilts, and time stretches like a taut wire ready to snap. Amina falls, her body crumpling, and for a heartbeat, silence reigns, a heavy shroud that swallows the cries of the crowd. Omar's heart stops, the world narrowing to the space between breaths. I remember, his mind races, images flooding his senses, a childhood spent chasing dreams, laughter echoing in the streets, now turned to an unbearable silence. The faces of his friends, their eyes wide with disbelief, mirror his own horror. What have they done? What have they become? But the fight isn't over. A surge of adrenaline pulses through Omar as he kneels beside Amina, cradling her head, the warmth leaving her body. We are not ghosts, he whispers fiercely, we are the future. And with those words, he stands, the crowd rallying behind him, the air thick with resolve. The confrontation is imminent, the clash of identities, the struggle for existence, the relentless tide of resistance washing over a forgotten landscape. Shadows loom large, and the cries of those who came before echo in their hearts. They are not just standing for Amina but for every soul lost, for every story untold. As the night deepens, the battle rages on, a cacophony of voices ringing out, defying the silence, igniting a fire that refuses to be extinguished. The moon hangs high above, a witness to the unfolding drama, casting its pale light on the scene below, illuminating the shadows and the heroes rising within them. This is not an ending, this is the beginning of a narrative woven from pain and resistance, echoing through the corridors of time, reminding us that stories are alive, breathing, and unyielding. Where one story ends, another begins, and the fight for identity and resistance is a cycle that spins infinitely, a relentless, pulsating heartbeat in the dark. The night was thick with tension, a palpable force wrapping around the city like a predator stalking its prey. Sirens screamed in the distance, an eerie chorus that echoed through the narrow alleys and stone facades of the old town. I stood there, heart pounding, watching as shadows danced across the moonlit cobblestones, each flicker a memory of unity turned to division. The air smelled of smoke and desperation, and I could feel the weight of history pressing down on my chest, a heavy reminder of battles fought, hopes dashed. I remember the way Amina's eyes glistened when she spoke of a united Arab world, her passion igniting the air around us like a fierce flame. Together, we are stronger, she would declare, fists clenched, voice unwavering. But now, her spirit flickered like the dying embers of a fire, snuffed out by the relentless winds of division. She stood there, a ghost of her former self, her dreams of unity unraveling at the seams. I could see the cracks forming, the moments of doubt that crept into her heart, whispering treachery in a language only she understood. And then there was Samir, his laughter once a warm blanket that wrapped around our group, now a bitter echo of what used to be. He had fought with Amina, their fervor igniting the hearts of our people, believing that nationalism would unite us all under one proud banner. But as the reality of our fragmented identities seeped into every conversation, every gathering, I watched as his laughter turned to silence, a painful reminder of lost camaraderie. What's the point? He would sigh, his shoulders heavy with the burden of unfulfilled promises. We are too different, too divided. In the heart of the city, where generations of dreams collided, we faced the storm. I could feel the energy around us, a chaotic swirl of emotions, each pulse a reminder of our past, an intricate tapestry woven with threads of glory and despair. I remember standing on that rooftop, Amina beside me, as the wind howled its mournful tune. Can't you see, she implored, her voice barely rising above the cacophony. We can't let division win. Our identity is our strength. But her words felt like raindrops on the ocean, lost and drowning. The people below us marched, fists raised, chanting for their rights, their voices a haunting harmony of hope and fear. I was caught in the middle, torn between the ideals I once held dear and the reality that seemed to unravel with each passing moment. I watched Samir as he stood at the edge of the crowd, his eyes scanning the sea of faces, searching for meaning in the chaos. But what could he find? Unity, once a beacon, had morphed into a mirage, shimmering in the distance, forever out of reach. I remember the shadows creeping towards us, a reminder of history's ghosts, echoes of leaders who promised unity, yet sowed seeds of discord, their legacies written in blood and betrayal. "They'll never understand," Samir muttered, hands trembling as he clutched a tattered flag, its once vibrant colors now faded. "They never did." I felt the weight of those words settle like a stone in my stomach. The clock was ticking, each tick a reminder that time waits for no one, and our dreams were slipping away, like sand through our fingers. As the night deepened, an unsettling silence enveloped us, punctuated only by the distant growl of thunder. Amina's voice trembled. "What if we're fighting for something that doesn't exist?" Her vulnerability hung in the air, a fragile thread threatening to snap. I reached out, fingers brushing against her arm, feeling the warmth that still lingered amid the coldness creeping in. "We have to believe, Amina. Belief is all we have left." But even as I spoke, doubt gnawed at my insides, a relentless beast that whispered of failure. The tension between them crackled like electricity, the air thick with unspoken words, each moment teetering on the edge of a precipice. I could see the conflict brewing, a storm gathering within their hearts, Amina's fiery determination clashing with Samir's desolate resignation. Their dreams were like two stars orbiting a dying sun, destined for collision, and I stood helplessly watching, a mere spectator in this cosmic dance of despair. Suddenly, a shout erupted from the crowd below, drowning out the silence that had suffocated us. My heart leapt. Could this be the moment they had all been waiting for? But as I looked into Amina's eyes, I saw fear. The realization hit me hard. The voices of unity had become a cacophony of dissent, a malicious echo that twisted hope into despair. The very essence of Arab nationalism, once a rallying cry, had become a weapon, carving divisions deeper than any sword could. The shadows of the buildings loomed larger, and I felt the weight of their indifference pressing down upon us. "We're losing them, Amina," I whispered, my voice barely audible against the thunderous chant rising from below. The unity we craved was slipping away like smoke, and I felt my own resolve cracking under the strain. The sky above us darkened, a reflection of the turmoil swirling within our hearts. It felt as though the cosmos itself was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. As the confrontation drew near, the air crackled with anticipation, each heartbeat a drumroll against the silence. I stood at the precipice of despair, watching Amina and Samir, their eyes locking in a fierce battle of wills, both so desperately clinging to their ideals, yet both so painfully aware of the chasm growing between them. The world around us blurred into a haze of noise and chaos, but within that chaos, I felt clarity. This was the moment, the breaking point where dreams collided with harsh truths. Time froze, and I could see it all, the dreams of a united Arab homeland, the fragile threads of identity, the ghosts of our past. They were all around us, invisible yet unmistakable, their whispers urging us forward, into the storm, into the abyss. "We have to stand together," I urged, my voice a desperate plea against the backdrop of rising conflict. But even as I spoke, I knew that the battle was not just outside, it was deep within each of us, a war between the dreamers and the realists, a conflict that would define us. In that moment, I felt the pulse of the city, the heartbeat of a nation caught between unity and division, hope and despair. The shadows loomed large, the clock ticked relentlessly, but beneath it all, a flicker of belief ignited in my chest. This was not just a fight for a homeland, it was a fight for our souls. And in that fight, perhaps, we could find ourselves again, even as we stood on the brink of an uncertain future. The storm was coming, and whether we would be swept away or rise from the ashes remained to be seen. But in that moment, I knew, together, we would face whatever came next. The sky was a relentless grey, thick, and suffocating, as if the very heavens had taken a deep breath and held it, refusing to exhale. In the distance, the low rumble of tanks echoed like the growl of a waking beast, a sound both terrifying and exhilarating. I stood on the edge of a crumbling rooftop in Jerusalem, my heart pounding, the air heavy with dust and dread. I remember the taste of fear, metallic and bitter, mingling with the scent of gunpowder lingering in the wind. Hannah crouched beside me, her fingers trembling as she clutched her camera, ready to capture a fleeting moment in a world spiraling into chaos. She had come to document the conflict, but the camera felt more like a lifeline than a tool. The lens offered a glimpse of the unfolding horror, yet it was also a barrier, shielding her from the brutality just beyond the viewfinder. "They'll see," she whispered, her voice barely breaking through the thick air. "They'll see what we're fighting for." But would they really? Who could truly understand the depth of this struggle, the ache of loss that hung like a shroud over the streets below? Across the city, Amir tightened his grip on the rifle slung across his shoulder. He was only 21, a soldier who had brushed off the rumors of war as the musings of old men clinging to memories. Now, the weight of their words felt like a heavy stone pressing against his chest. The sky was his canvas, painted with the silhouettes of planes that roared overhead, and within him, a tempest brewed. Each passing moment rattled his resolve. What was glory to him, when blood stained the earth beneath his feet? He remembered his father's stories of heroes, tales woven with bravery and sacrifice, but in this moment, all he felt was the gnawing loneliness of impending violence. Rockets exploded in the distance, sending plumes of smoke curling into the air like the ghosts of the fallen reaching out for recognition. I could see it in Hannah's eyes as she snapped picture after picture, fear wrestling with determination. "This is history," she murmured, but her voice cracked. History was not merely a series of events, it was the personal, it was the touch of a mother's hand on a child's cheek before parting forever, the weight of unspoken words caught in throats choked with grief. Amir's breath hitched as he felt the tremor of the earth beneath him, a reminder that this was no longer a distant conflict, but a living nightmare inching closer. He had signed up to protect, to defend, not to become the harbinger of destruction. Each shot fired felt like a betrayal, a misunderstanding of the ideals he once held so dear. The faces of his friends haunted him, shadows drifting through his mind like phantoms, whispering promises of a future that now seemed so fragile. "Do you think they'll understand?" Hannah asked suddenly, her eyes wide with urgency, searching the horizon as if it could offer solace. "When this is over, will they see the truth?" I didn't answer, because the truth was slippery, elusive, buried beneath layers of grief and anger. Would they see the devastation etched into the faces of those left behind, the remnants of lives shattered by a blink of history? The war was like a giant clock, ticking down, each second a heartbeat pounding in sync with the rising tension. And then it came, the sound of boots marching in unison, a vast shadow moving over the land. I could feel the electricity in the air, a shockwave of raw emotion, the anticipation was palpable. Amir's heart raced as he joined the ranks of his brothers in arms, the unity in their purpose almost comforting, yet not enough to drown out the gnawing uncertainty twisting in his gut. "For our homeland," he chanted, but even he could hear the hollowness behind the words. Could a land ever be worth this much suffering? Amidst the chaos, I caught glimpses of humanity, moments that clawed at my heart. An elderly man, eyes sunken yet fierce, shuffling down the cracked pavement, a child clinging to his leg, their lives crumbling around them. A woman cradling a baby, her face a mask of fear and defiance, refusing to let the world take her light. These were the faces of war, the haunting reminders that victories could not be measured in territory gained but in lives forever altered. Just when I thought I could breathe, the ground shook violently beneath us. An explosion, deafening and consuming. I turned, grabbing Hannah's arm, pulling her closer. The world spun, dust and debris danced in the air like specters, taunting us. It was a moment suspended in time, and I remember the way the sun broke through the clouds, casting a sickly golden light over the chaos, illuminating a battlefield that no one wished to witness. Every heartbeat echoed a silent prayer. Amir felt the pull of his duty as he stood at the precipice of violence, the scales of right and wrong tipping precariously. He saw their faces, the young men, the hopeful, the innocent. And he saw his own reflection in their eyes, the mirror of a shared humanity. But war was a cruel puppeteer, and he was merely a marionette, strings tied tight around his limbs, pulling him toward an uncertain fate. Hannah's fingers flew over the shutter button, capturing the moment, frantically trying to document the beautiful and the grotesque intertwining before her. "This will matter," she insisted. But in her heart, she knew that the pictures could never convey the weight of loss or the ache of longing. As the horizon blazed with the fires of conflict, the world around us seemed to shatter, each fragment a lingering reminder that the battles we fought were both external and internal. And then, in the ruthless march of time, the moment passed, a fleeting glimpse of hope snuffed out by the weight of history. But still, we stood there, on that rooftop, trapped in the eye of the storm, where every second stretched endlessly, filled with the promise of tomorrow and the haunting specter of despair. What we could not foresee, however, was how the territorial gains made in these 6 days would sow the seeds for new hostilities. The earth beneath our feet whispered of the endless cycle, victories yielding only more battles, peace a cruel illusion. The clock ticked on, relentless and unforgiving, as the shadows stretched longer, enveloping us in their cold embrace, foreshadowing the tumult yet to come. In that moment, beneath the grey sky and the echoing roars of war, we were all prisoners of our hopes and fears, standing on a precipice, uncertain whether to leap into the void or retreat into the shadows. The story was far from over, it was only just beginning. The sun hung low in a bruised sky, casting long shadows across the desert sand, where attention crackled in the air like static electricity. It was a day like no other, Yom Kippur, when silence usually reigned, but now the silence was shattered by the roar of engines and the thunder of tanks in the distance. AVI crouched behind a crumbling stone wall, heart pounding like the drums of war, each beat a reminder of what was at stake. He could taste the dust, gritty and suffocating, and he thought of his mother's voice, soft and soothing, telling him to always stand up for what he believed in. But belief felt flimsy now, the ground beneath him shifting like sand. "Do you hear that?" whispered Daniel, his best friend since childhood, his voice barely more than a breath. Daniel's eyes were wide, filled with a mixture of fear and adrenaline, and AVI could see the tremble in his hands as he clutched his rifle. They were boys playing at war, yet today, the game felt sickeningly real. "I remember," AVI said, "the way we'd talk about heroes and battles, but this," he trailed off, the weight of reality pressing down on him. No more comic books, no more daydreams of glory. War was not a game, it was an abyss. Then came the first explosion, a shockwave rippling through the air, shaking the very ground beneath them. The world erupted into chaos, a cacophony of screams, shouts, and the metallic taste of fear. AVI mind raced. He could see the faces of his family in his mind's eye, the laughter echoing in his ears. But now, laughter felt like a distant memory, and in its place surged a primal fear, a desperate urge to survive. "Get down," he shouted, instinctively pulling Daniel close as debris rained down around them. The once calm skies turned to a boiling cauldron of smoke and fire. Each explosion felt like a stab to the heart, a reminder that they were not invincible, that every moment could be their last. They were just two boys caught in a storm, struggling against the tide of history. I remember the stories they told, those legends of bravery and honor. But here, in this fractured reality, honor felt like a mirage. Each moment stretched into eternity, the ticking clock of life counting down with merciless precision. Time was a cruel, indifferent beast. AVI mind shifted to his father, a man shaped by war, words of wisdom etched into his soul. "You have to fight for respect, son. It's all we have." But respect was a ghost here, an elusive specter that danced just out of reach. How could they earn it when the ground trembled beneath their feet, and blood soaked the earth? He closed his eyes, and behind his eyelids, he saw the faces of those who had come before him, fathers, brothers, all lost to the unending cycles of conflict. "Do you think we'll win?" Daniel's voice cut through the chaos, trembling with unspoken fear, a question that hung in the air like a dark cloud. AVI wanted to tell him yes, to offer a sliver of hope, but the truth felt like a boulder lodged in his throat. "I don't know," AVI replied, his voice a mere whisper. He felt the weight of their reality pressing down on him, suffocating. The battlefield was a cruel teacher, and every lesson was a harsh reminder of their fragility. Another explosion rattled through them, and Daniel's eyes locked onto AVI, a plea for reassurance. The silence that followed the blast felt like a moment stolen from time, frozen, pregnant with dread. In that silence, AVI realized the unspoken truth. It wasn't just about winning or losing, it was about survival, about the desperate need to be seen, to be heard, to matter. I remember the stories of the Maccabees, Avi murmured, trying to summon strength from the past. They fought against all odds. But those stories felt distant, fairy tales woven into the fabric of their childhood. Reality had become a bitter pill to swallow. Suddenly, the ground shook again, but this time it was not an explosion, it was the sound of boots on the ground, of men shouting orders, of a new wave of soldiers storming the battlefield. Hope flared briefly in Avi chest, but it was a flicker against the growing darkness. They emerged from their hiding place, hearts racing, adrenaline surging through their veins. The sight before them was horrifyingly magnificent, a rush of soldiers, each face a mask of determination, fear, and resolve. They were brothers, united, yet each one struggled with their own ghosts, their own fears. Avi's eyes caught a glimpse of a soldier stumbling, a look of despair etched on his face, and for a moment, he felt a kinship, a shared burden between souls caught in this tempest. In the chaos, Avi found himself next to a soldier named Yossi, a man with a heart as big as the sky. He was older, but in his eyes, Avi saw the flicker of youth, hope tempered by experience. "Remember, we fight for each other," Yossi shouted over the din. "It's about respect, about family." And in that moment, something ignited within Avi. It was more than just survival, it was a fiery conviction that surged through his veins. He looked at Daniel, at Yossi, and saw the truth, a struggle not just for land, but for dignity, for recognition, for existence in a world that often overlooked their humanity. The battle raged on, each clash of metal and flesh echoing the struggles of countless souls. Every heartbeat became a drum, resonating in the vastness of the cosmos, reminding them they were alive, that they mattered. And as the dust settled, anger and sorrow twisted into a cacophony of emotion. What would this day mean when the dust cleared? What would they carry with them into tomorrow? The answers were cloaked in shadows, but one truth stood out clearer than the sun breaking through the storm. This was not just a fight for survival, it was a fight for respect, for recognition, for a place in the world. The battle was far from over, the struggle for respect would echo through the ages, a haunting refrain that lingered long after the guns fell silent. In a world steeped in conflict, where shadows danced with ghosts of ancestors, every heartbeat, every breath became a testament to their existence. And as Avi stood amidst the chaos, he knew deep down that somewhere, somehow, they would fight on, together. The clock ticks in the suffocating silence of the dimly lit room, each second echoing like a heartbeat in the chest of a dying man. An unsettling tension hangs in the air, thick and palpable, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. Inside the Camp David retreat, the weight of history presses down like a shroud. It's September 1978, and the stakes couldn't be higher. I remember the first time I saw Anwar Sadat's face, a mask of steel and resolve, etched with the lines of a man who bore the world's expectations on his shoulders. His eyes, dark and burning, held dreams of peace, yet they flickered with shadows of doubt. Across the table, Menachem Begin sat hunched, his fingers tapping nervously against the polished wood. The Prime Minister of Israel, a lion in his homeland yet a mere man in the face of this moment, I could see the turmoil rippling beneath his calm exterior, the weight of his own people's fears clawing at him. "Do you ever feel like you're standing on the edge of a cliff?" Sadat whispered, breaking the silence with a voice that was both a prayer and a curse. His gaze drifted to the window, where the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the room. "What if we fall?" I remember the room, the air thick with cigarette smoke and unspoken words, the walls lined with ghosts of past leaders, of dreams deferred and promises shattered. I could feel the tremor in Sadat's voice, the fear that if he reached for peace, he might lose everything. But what would losing everything mean in the face of war? It was a question that rattled the soul. Begin shifted, his eyes narrowing, calculating. He had fought for every inch of soil, every grain of sand. "Peace is a battlefield of its own, Sadat," he replied, his voice a low rumble. "But what if I give you my hand, and you take my arm?" The threat lingered in the air, a razor's edge ready to slice through years of animosity. I remember the coldness of the room that morning. The air was thick with uncertainty, thick enough to choke on. The weight of a million lives hung in the balance between broken dreams and flickering hopes. The sound of the clock seemed to mock us, ticking away moments we could never claim back. The very walls of Camp David were built on the bones of what had come before: betrayals, blood, and a history steeped in sorrow. A treaty, a promise, Sadat murmured, staring at the documents like they were sacred texts. But can you forgive the past? Begin's face hardened. Forgiveness is a luxury we cannot afford, he replied, the finality of his words slicing through the air like a knife. The ghosts of their respective histories roamed the room, whispers of wars and losses crawling under their skin. As hours turned into days, a fragile dance unfolded, a ballet of power and vulnerability, of fear masked as bravado. I remember the night when the stars above the retreat shone bright, illuminating their faces, both men grappling with the undeniable truth that peace would come at a price, a sacrifice that could sever their very souls. But the world watched, breath held, hearts pounding in sync with the ticking clock. Cameras clicked, journalists scribbled, and the air buzzed with anticipation. Outside, the cacophony of voices rose and fell like waves crashing against a shore, a reminder of the millions whose lives would be forever altered by the decisions made behind those closed doors. Can we trust each other? Sadat asked one night, his voice barely above a whisper. It was a question laced with desperation, a plea for honesty against the backdrop of doubt. I watched as the weight of that question settled heavily between them, a chasm that felt impassable. Begin leaned back, his eyes narrowing, grappling with the enormity of the moment. Could he invite peace into the heart of a nation steeped in enmity? Could he risk the wrath of his people, the deep-seated fears that had been woven into the fabric of their existence? I remember the cold chill that swept through the room, a harbinger of the storm brewing outside. The mountains loomed, ancient sentinels bearing witness to the unfolding drama. Each man bore the weight of his nation on his shoulders, and I felt the tension tighten like a noose around their throats. Then came the breakthrough, a moment so fragile, it felt as if a single breath could shatter it. Sadat reached across the table, his hand trembling, the flickering candlelight revealing a glimmer of vulnerability. Let's be more than leaders, begin. Let's be human. And in that moment, the ground shifted. Time suspended as the walls began to close in, the clock's relentless ticking morphing into a heartbeat, throbbing, aching, yearning. Would they cross that line? Would they embrace the uncertainty of peace, or would fear pull them back into the abyss? With each passing hour, the shadows grew longer. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on them, the room suffocating, yet electric with possibility. The ghosts of a war-torn past danced in the corners, mocking their hesitation, urging them to take that leap. And as the dawn broke on the final day, illuminating the room in a soft glow, it became clear that the line had been crossed. They signed the accords, clutching at hope while knowing the bitter taste of betrayal lingered close behind. But what did it mean? Peace or betrayal? The question hung in the air like a bitter aftertaste, laced with the echoes of what could never be undone. As the world erupted in both joy and fury, I could only listen to the clock ticking away, each beat reminding me that some battles are fought not on the field, but in the heart. And as I stood there, I realized the truth: the most haunting ghosts are those of our own making. They linger, whispering sweet nothings until betrayal becomes a bitter truth buried deep within. The Camp David Accords were signed, but the echoes of that fateful moment would reverberate through time, an unending cycle of hope and pain, love and loss, peace and betrayal. And as the sun set on that remarkable day, I was left breathless, caught in the haunting melody of history, forever wondering what price we pay for peace. The echoing blast of gunfire shatters the stillness of a Beirut night, ricocheting off the ancient stone buildings, the kind that have seen centuries of life and death. I remember the taste of fear, sharp and metallic, filling my mouth as I crouched behind a crumbling wall, every heartbeat an unsteady drum echoing through my chest. The city, once vibrant with laughter and street vendors, now lay haunted, a ghost of its former self, every shadow pregnant with danger. Maya crouched beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting the glint of distant flames licking the night sky. This was not just war, it was a tempest, a hurricane of chaos that swallowed everything in its path. She was only 16, but the weight of 1,000 lifetimes pressed down on her shoulders. What do we do? Her voice trembled, and in that moment, it was the only thing tethering me to reality. Stay quiet, I whispered, the words barely escaping my lips. But even in the hush of the moment, I could feel the tension, a taut string pulled to the brink of snapping. Around us, the scent of smoke mixed with despair, a stench that would haunt me long after this night was over. Across the street, Ahmed stood, a figure cloaked in shadows. He was older than us, yet somehow more vulnerable, a warrior turned reluctant soldier in a conflict spiraling out of control. I watched as he clutched a rifle, knuckles white, his face hardened by loss. He had 2 sisters, just kids really, but war has a way of snatching youth, turning innocence into ash. "They're counting on me," he had said earlier, and I could still hear the tremor, the suffocating pressure of obligation coiling around his heart. Another explosion rocked the ground, and I felt the impact in my bones. I glanced at Maya, her eyes were squeezed shut, a silent prayer caught in her throat. I wanted to comfort her, to promise that this nightmare would end, but how could I when I wasn't sure of my own faith? Ahmed's voice cut through the chaos. "We have to move. They're coming." He stepped into the light, revealing the sweat-soaked fabric of his shirt, the grime of a city that was once so beautiful. "This way." We sprinted. Each step felt like a betrayal to the memories of our lives before the war, the laughter at cafes, the warm embrace of summer nights. I could almost hear the music of Old Beirut, a melancholic tune that teased my heart, reminding me of what we had lost. But the sirens wailed, and the shadows crept closer, a reminder that the present was a battlefield, not a dreamscape. Time twisted and blurred. I remember the moment when the world seemed to pause, the bullets no longer whistling past our heads. Just for a heartbeat. I looked at Ahmed, his eyes dark pools of uncertainty, and for a flicker of time, I saw the boy he used to be before the war turned him into a man in a matter of days. "We don't have to do this, you know," I said, trying to anchor him. "There's still a chance, a chance." His laugh was bitter, a jagged edge that cut through the thick air. "What do you know of chances? This is survival." His voice quivered, but strength seeped through his defiance. Maya tugged at my sleeve, pulling me back into the moment. "We can't leave them behind, can we?" she asked, her voice raw and desperate. The fear in her eyes mirrored my own. In her innocence, she saw the world in black and white. For us, the colors had bled together into a smudged history of grief and loss. "We save who we can," Ahmed said, turning his back to us, his resolve hardening like metal in a forge. "But we cannot be heroes. Not now." And with that, he moved forward, and I followed, dragging Maya behind me, her small hand clutching mine like a lifeline. We darted through the alleyways, where graffiti scrawled tales of despair on the walls, whispers of a nation torn apart. Each corner we turned felt like stepping into a different nightmare, a kaleidoscope of fear and uncertainty. The air thickened with tension, and somewhere in the distance, the haunting cries of the wounded echoed. I remember thinking of the stars, so far away, so untouched by earthly sufferings, and wishing to be lost among them. But instead, we were earthbound, drawn into the maelstrom of humanity's darkest hour. Then came the moment that would etch itself into my soul. We stumbled upon a group of children huddled together, eyes wide, reflecting the terror that had become their norm. I saw a boy, no older than 10, clutching a tattered toy, the remnants of a childhood stolen. In that instant, the weight of my own helplessness crashed down like a tidal wave. I wanted to save them all, to shield them from the horrors of a war they couldn't comprehend. "Let's go!" Ahmed's voice broke through my reverie, but I was rooted to the ground, my heart screaming for those little souls. Maya tugged at me again, fear lacing her voice. "We can't. We can't," and yet, we had to. The world was collapsing around us, and I felt it in my bones. We ran, leaving behind the ghosts of innocence clinging to the shadows, their cries a haunting melody that would echo through the chambers of our minds long after this night. The darkness enveloped us, a shroud thick with despair, yet the flicker of hope still fought to survive in the tiniest corners of our hearts. We moved toward the unknown, each step a question mark etched into the fabric of time, the cosmos above watching us, indifferent yet omniscient. But hope, like fragile glass, can shatter. As we turned a corner, the rattle of gunfire erupted again, and the world fell into a chaotic symphony of screams and cries. The shadows that had been our refuge now turned into a labyrinth of despair. I could feel the walls closing in, the specters of our past lives haunting us like phantoms. In the war-torn heart of Beirut, amidst the chaos of a multinational bloodbath, we were but mere players on a stage where fate held the script, and the ending was yet unwritten. Each moment was a breath drawn in anguish, each heartbeat an echo in the void, and as we pressed on, we fell deeper into the abyss of uncertainty, teetering on the edge of despair. And in that moment, just as the world threatened to swallow us whole, I realized this: the war was not just outside, it had burrowed into our souls, a relentless force that would forever change the fabric of our existence. The story was far from over, it had only just begun. The night sky loomed heavy over Beirut, an oppressive cloak shimmering with distant artillery flashes. In the alleyways, shadows twisted like lost souls, whispering secrets that dared not surface in the light. The air was thick with smoke, laced with the scent of burning tires and something more primal, something that spoke of survival and revenge. I remember the thud of my heart, a frantic drum calling for clarity amidst chaos. The street was a battleground of the living and the ghosts of the fallen, each step pressing deeper into the memory of what had been lost. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, as the sounds of shouts and gunfire danced like firecrackers in the dark, each crack a reminder of the fragility of life, of sanity. Then there was Samir, his face a mask of determination, eyes blazing with a fire that could either ignite a revolution or consume him whole. "We fight for our dignity," he shouted, voice raw with passion, passion that turned to desperation as he gripped the makeshift rifle in his hands. "Are you with me?" His question hung in the air, floating between us like a promise laced with fear. I felt the weight of his words, a heavy stone pressing down on my chest. This was not just a call to arms, it was a call to identity. I could see the ghosts of his family, shadows of parents who had suffered, brothers lost to the unyielding churn of conflict. Samir, a soldier forged in the fires of anger, yet haunted by the echoes of a childhood stolen by war. I knew he was fighting more than battles, he was fighting for the very essence of who he was. And then there was Layla, her spirit fierce and untamed, a whirlwind of defiance. She had grown up in these streets, her laughter mingling with the sounds of destruction. But now, amidst the rumble of tank treads, her laughter had twisted into something different, a haunting melody of resilience and pain. "They will remember us," she said, her voice steady as she knelt to draw a line in the dust, a line that felt like a boundary between life and death. "They will remember what we sacrificed." Every glance exchanged carried the weight of unspoken words, a shared understanding that cut deeper than any blade. I could feel the pulse of the city beneath my feet, a living entity breathing through the cracks in the pavement, through the unseen scars of its people. Each building, each shattered window whispered stories of loss and love, of hearts that beat against the odds, stubborn and defiant. But as the night stretched on, tension coiled tighter, a serpentine dread that slithered through our ranks. News crackled over radios, unsettling reports of reinforcements arriving from the north, men who wore their sectarian identity like armor, ready to clash in a storm of violence. "We must prepare," Samir insisted, the urgency in his voice lacing the air with a tangible fear. I watched as he transformed before my eyes, no longer just a friend, but a commander burdened by the weight of what was to come. "I remember the first time I held a gun," I said, the memory creeping forth like a ghost. It felt heavy, like carrying the world on my shoulders. They turned to me, their eyes wide, searching for the understanding I had hoped to convey. But it was also liberating, the power in my hands, until it wasn't. Until it became just another weight to drag along. Layla nodded, her expression a tapestry of sorrow and resilience. "Every bullet fired is a life erased," she said softly, her voice cracking. "But in this war, who counts the lives?" Her fingers danced over the line she had drawn, a fragile boundary in a world that saw only the clash of identities, the struggle for supremacy. "We are more than what they label us. We are the remnants of history, the dreams of a future. We are us." And so we stood there, three souls entwined in a chaotic tapestry, our intentions both noble and flawed. We became threads woven into the fabric of resistance, each heart echoing the other's fears and hopes. As the hour grew late, the air thickened, heavy with anticipation, as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. I could hear the distant rumble of engines, a looming promise of violence that cracked the stillness like a thunderclap. "We can't turn back," Samir whispered, a mantra against the encroaching darkness. "Not now." His voice, fierce yet trembling, was a call to arms, a desperate plea for belonging in a world that seemed intent on tearing us apart. Night deepened, shadows lengthening, and I felt it then, the pulse of the city, the heartbeat of a revolution brewing beneath the surface. I looked at Samir, at Layla, and in that moment, we were no longer just individuals, we were a collective, a movement rising like the first light of dawn in defiance against the encroaching night. With each breath, each heartbeat, the intensity of our shared fate tightened around us, an unbreakable bond forged in the fires of conflict. The line we walked was perilous, balancing between hope and despair, identity and annihilation. As the engines roared closer, a chilling reminder that the world outside had already chosen sides, we stood resolute. In that silence before the storm, I felt time stretch into an eternity, the cosmos holding us in its gaze, a tapestry of lives woven through history. I could almost hear the ticking of a clock, each second a reminder that we were racing against something larger than ourselves, a destiny that awaited us in the darkness. Samir raised his rifle, eyes ablaze with a fierce determination that ignited something deep within me. Layla took my hand, her grip a lifeline, a reminder that no matter what came next, we were not alone. We were the scars of our history, the voices of our past, and the harbingers of a future unseen. Together, we faced the encroaching night, together, we would rise or fall. The air crackled with anticipation that would either ignite a new dawn or plunge us into the abyss. But there was no turning back now, the echoes of our decisions would resonate long after the night had faded into memory. The air was thick with the taste of fear, sharp and metallic, as the distant sound of gunfire echoed through the narrow, winding streets of Tehran. Night had fallen, but the moon hung low, casting eerie shadows that danced like ghosts among the crumbling walls. I stood there, heart racing, a mere spectator in a world unraveling, my breath hitching as the chaos unfolded like a cruel theater. I could see her, Fatma, face pale, eyes wide, her lips trembling as she clutched the hem of her chador, her fingers digging into the fabric as if it were her only lifeline in this storm of chaos. "Why are we here?" she whispered, her voice barely rising above the cacophony, yet it cut through the air like a knife. I saw the glint of fear in her eyes, the kind that gnawed at your insides and twisted your stomach into knots. "What are we fighting for?" I wanted to scream that we were fighting for freedom, for a future we could not yet see, but the words caught in my throat, trapped in the prison of uncertainty. The streets were alive with the cries of the disillusioned, the hopeful, the desperate. My brother, Amir, swept past me, a fire in his eyes, a determination that both terrified and inspired me. He was the spark, the relentless flame seeking to ignite change, yet I could see the fractures in his resolve, the flicker of doubt that reflected my own turmoil. "I remember when the sky was clear," I said, more to myself than to Fatma. "I remember the laughter, before the shadows took over." Amir turned back, his expression fierce, a lion ready to pounce. "We can't go back to that. We can't let them take everything from us." His fist clenched, and the weight of his conviction surged through me like a jolt of electricity. But as his words hung in the air, I felt the undercurrent of fear, a creeping dread that whispered of the cost of our rebellion. The clock tower in the distance chimed ominously, its sound reverberating through the alleys, marking time in a world that seemed to be slipping into chaos. Each tick felt like a countdown to something inevitable, something terrible. I shivered, remembering the stories my grandmother used to tell, the tales that shimmered with life yet were laced with the blood of history. Those echoes haunted me now, shadows lurking behind every corner. "Fatma, we need to go," I urged, grabbing her arm. Her eyes, once filled with hope, now reflected the abyss of uncertainty. "Before it's too late." The world around us erupted as a group of young men, eyes alight with fervor, surged past us, chanting for change, their voices rising like a tide, crashing against the walls of oppression. I felt the heat of their passion, the infectious energy that sparked something deep within, igniting a flame I wasn't sure I was ready to face. Yet, I stood frozen, caught between the desire for change and the instinct for survival. "Don't be afraid," Amir said, a fierce tenderness in his voice. He faced me, his gaze unwavering, filled with a fierce love that made me want to cry. "We're doing this for us, for our future. But in that moment, I wasn't sure what our future even looked like. The shadows were closing in, and I could feel the weight of history pressing down on my shoulders, a burden that was both mine and not mine. I could almost hear the ghosts of those who had come before us whispering warnings through the echoes of the past, their stories woven into the very fabric of our lives. "I remember my father's stories," I said, my voice trembling. "How he fought against the tyranny of the Shah, how he believed in a better world." Fatma shook her head, tears glistening like dew on her lashes. "But what if he was wrong? What if this fight leads us to the same darkness?" The crack of a gunshot rang out, sharp and sudden, slicing through the night, and my heart jumped into my throat. I froze, the world around me blurring into a surreal haze, the sounds of chaos fading into a dull roar. The visceral weight of that moment bore down on me, a haunting reminder of the lives intertwined with our struggles, of dreams shattered and reborn in the crucible of conflict. "Get down!" Amir shouted, and we hit the ground, the cold pavement biting into our skin. The world tilted, spun wildly, and I felt as if I were floating in a dark abyss, clinging to the fleeting threads of reality. Adrenaline coursed through me, a wild river tearing through the dam of fear. But even in that moment, I couldn't shake the thought that we were each other's anchors, tethered to a reality that threatened to consume us whole. I looked at Amir, saw the determination etched into his features, but also the cracks forming around his eyes, those same eyes that had once held dreams of a brighter future. "Fatma," I whispered, catching her gaze as she crouched beside me, "we can't lose hope. No matter what happens, we're in this together." She nodded, the defiance flickering in her eyes, and for a moment, we shared that fragile bond, a silent promise beneath the weight of the world. But as the sounds of the revolt surged, crashing against the walls of our existence, I could feel the tension tightening, a noose of uncertainty closing in around us. The stench of smoke mingled with the scent of sweat and blood, and I knew we were standing on the precipice of something monumental, something that would rip us apart or bind us together in ways we couldn't yet imagine. The city, once vibrant, now felt like a living, breathing entity, a beast awakening from a slumber, ready to devour anything in its path. In the distance, a fire flickered, illuminating the faces of those who sought change, their expressions a mixture of rage and resilience. I could hear the echo of their cries, the anthem of revolution swelling like a tide, pulling us toward an uncertain future. The very air vibrated with the hum of history in the making, a chaotic symphony of hope and despair, love and loss. And as I looked at my brother and Fatma, I felt the pulse of the revolution throbbing in my veins, a haunting melody that promised freedom at a cost I could hardly bear to contemplate. The clock continued to tick, each chime a reminder that we were running out of time, caught in the whirlwind of a shifting power dynamic. I took Fatma's hand, feeling the warmth of her skin, an anchor in the storm, and I knew, deep down, that this was just the beginning. We were all part of something larger, something raw and beautiful, a haunting dance of shadows and light. And though uncertainty loomed ahead, we were alive in this moment, and that was enough. At least, for now. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a blood-red hue over the desolate landscape, where crumbled earth and shattered dreams intertwined. A child's laughter echoed, piercing the silence like a fragile reminder of innocence, yet a moment later, a distant explosion swallowed it whole, leaving behind a haunting stillness. I remember the sound reverberating through my bones, an ominous prelude to the chaos that was to come. The Iran-Iraq War was more than a battle of land, it was a war of hearts, a storm of ideologies that would tear lives apart, leaving scars that would never heal. Amidst the rubble, I caught sight of Amir, a soldier with eyes filled with a longing that belied his fierce exterior. His hands trembled as he clutched his rifle, a symbol of might that felt more like a curse. He thought of home, of his mother's laughter echoing in the hall, of the smell of fresh bread wafting through the air. Each memory was a ghost, a flickering candle in the shadow of war. "I remember the last time I held her hand," he whispered, voice barely escaping his lips. The wind carried his words away, but the weight of them hung thick in the air, heavy with regret and yearning. Across the battlefield, Layla watched from a distance, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. She was a nurse, relentless in her duty, yet burdened by the lives she couldn't save. Blood-soaked bandages and whispered goodbyes filled the tent, a macabre dance of desperation. "I remember their faces," she muttered, her gaze fixed on the horizon, the way they looked at me, pleading for a miracle. I couldn't give them one. The weight of her words pressed against her, threatening to crush her spirit. Yet, she soldiered on, fueled by a determination that burned brighter than the flames of destruction surrounding her. And then there was Hassan, a commander whose very existence was a contradiction. He wore his uniform like a second skin, a badge of honor that felt more like a shackle. Beneath the bravado lay a man haunted by choices, a leader who felt the burden of the lives he commanded. I remember the day I signed the orders, he confessed in the dead of night, shadows flickering against his face like specters from the past. Every signature felt like a dagger piercing through my conscience. He chewed on his words, the taste of betrayal lingering in his mouth. The battle raged on, but it was the internal strife that gnawed at him, a relentless specter whispering of glory and guilt. The air crackled with tension, thick with the promise of conflict. In the moments before dawn, when darkness still clung to the earth, the three of them found themselves standing on the precipice of something far greater than mere ideology. It was an unspoken bond, forged in the fires of despair and hope. Their paths had crossed in a world torn apart by hatred, yet they were united by a shared understanding of the fragility of life. "I remember the dreams we had," Amir said, voice low and trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. Dreams of peace, of laughter in the streets, of children playing without fear. Each word was a prayer, a plea to the universe that felt like shouting into the void. His heart ached with every recollection, a bittersweet melody that echoed in his soul. The memories mingled with the smoke that hung thick in the air, wrapping around them like a shroud. Layla's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "What is it worth?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "We're losing everything, everything we fought for." The question hung between them, a haunting specter of doubt. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, an impending collapse of ideals that had once seemed so noble. Her hands, stained with the blood of strangers, trembled as she fought against the tide of despair threatening to envelop her. And Hassan, torn between duty and humanity, closed his eyes, envisioning a time when the weight of the world did not rest on his shoulders. "We're fighting for something bigger," he insisted, though the conviction in his voice wavered. "For the future." Yet, as he uttered the words, he felt the choking grip of uncertainty tighten around his throat. The lines between right and wrong blurred like colors bleeding into one another. Ideologies clashed, and in the heart of battle, the true enemy was not the opposing force, but the shadows lurking within. The horizon began to glow, the first light of dawn creeping over the land like the breath of a waking giant. It illuminated the faces of the weary souls standing together, hearts pounding in unison, echoing the rhythm of a world on the brink of collapse. They shared a moment, a fragile thread woven through time, a memory of laughter, of dreams, of home. And then came the sirens, shrill and relentless, shattering the fragile peace that clung to the morning air. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and reality came crashing down like a wave against the shore. Fear surged, a primal instinct that coursed through their veins, igniting the fight or flight response. They felt the weight of history pressing down, a reminder that this was not just their battle, it was a cosmic struggle that spanned generations. "Remember who we are," Amir shouted, voice rising above the cacophony. "We are not just soldiers. We are human." But even as he spoke, doubt gnawed at his heart, a relentless beast feeding on hope. The war raged on, and with each passing moment, the ideals they fought for seemed to slip further from their grasp, like sand through desperate fingers. In the distance, the specter of war loomed, a dark cloud threatening to engulf them whole. Time blurred, memories intertwined with the sounds of gunfire and the cries of the wounded. The past and future collided in a tumultuous storm, each second stretching into eternity. They were on the cusp of a confrontation, not just with the enemy in the trenches, but with themselves. And as they stood there, hearts racing, souls entwined in a tapestry of fate, the world spun on, oblivious to the ideals that had once united them. But in that moment, amidst the chaos and heartbreak, they found a flicker of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, humanity could still shine through the shadows, a beacon guiding them toward an uncertain dawn. The air was thick with anticipation, a suffocating silence hanging over the sandy dunes of Kuwait as the sun dipped behind the horizon, casting long shadows that danced like wraiths across the land. It was a stillness that carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken words, a moment just before the storm. In the distance, the steady thrum of machinery echoed like a heartbeat, marching toward an inevitable climax. I could taste the tension on my lips, metallic, sharp, and all-consuming. I remember the first time I saw Ahmed, his eyes alight with the defiance of youth, brimming with dreams that felt almost laughable against the backdrop of his reality. He stood at the edge of his family's crumbling home, a makeshift fortress against an invisible enemy. A boy, really, yet every day he wore the weight of a man's world on those fragile shoulders. "It's just a game," he'd say, flicking his wrist as if tossing away the gravity of the situation. But beneath that bravado lay a storm of fear, swirling like the dust devils that danced across the battlefield. And then there was Layla. The healer. The dreamer. She collected stories like precious artifacts, weaving them into the fabric of her reality. In every wound lies a whisper, she would tell me, her voice a soft melody against the cacophony of chaos. But she was haunted, too, by shadows that flickered just beyond the edge of her vision. Every patient she lost was a part of her that chipped away, leaving behind a mosaic of grief and determination. As the war clouds gathered, I could see the cracks forming in her resolve, the steel of her spirit beginning to rust under the relentless pressure. I remember the night the sirens wailed, a piercing shriek that clawed at the very fabric of our souls. The world outside was ablaze, each explosion a thunderous heartbeat echoing through the stillness. Ahmed transformed in an instant, the boyish smile vanished, replaced by a grimace of survival. "We fight for our home," he shouted, voice cracking like glass. I could see the flicker of a fire in his eyes, a desperate hope that pulled him forward, even as the ground shook beneath our feet, as if the earth itself were rebelling against the violence. The sky rained fire, and in those moments, the boundaries of humanity blurred. Soldiers and civilians alike bled red, their lives intertwined in a macabre dance of fate. Layla clutched her medical kit, her hands trembling as she rushed to the wounded, each life saved a small victory in an ocean of despair. "Tell me about your dreams," she would whisper as she stitched wounds, forcing the dying to grasp onto hope. But with every story she heard, every pain she eased, a part of her fell away, as if the very act of mending was also a slow unraveling. In the aftermath, as the smoke cleared, the landscape morphed into a surreal tableau, a haunting blend of destruction and resilience. I wandered through the remnants of a city that had once pulsed with life. The walls stood like ghostly sentinels, shadows of laughter and love etched into every cracked surface. I could almost hear the echoes of the past, a cacophony of voices rising in defiance against the silence. It was in that stillness, in the depths of despair, that I found an ember of truth. The war was not just on the battlefield, it was woven into the very fabric of existence. Days turned into nights, and nights bled into days, each moment a fragile thread in the tapestry of conflict. I remember Ahmed standing atop a pile of rubble, arms outstretched toward a sky that seemed to mock his defiance. "This is our land," he roared, a lion's heart beating wildly in his chest. His voice carried like a war cry, a challenge to the unseen forces that sought to erase him. But beneath that roar lay an undercurrent of doubt, a fear that clawed at the edges of his bravado. What if his home turned to dust? What if the dreams he clung to so tightly slipped between his fingers like sand? Layla's laughter was a balm against the chaos, but it was tinged with sorrow. "We are the flowers that bloom in the cracks of concrete," she would say, and I could see the truth in her eyes. But every day, she watched the flowers wilt, felt her spirit draining, the weight of the world pressing down on her like a heavy shroud. She fought to heal not just bodies, but souls, even as her own began to fray. "What if I can't save them?" she whispered to me one night, her voice cracking under the strain of her own vulnerability. I wanted to tell her that she was enough, that her heart was a fortress, but the words caught in my throat, heavy with unspoken truths. The echoes of war reverberated beyond the borders of Kuwait, rippling through the fabric of nations. The Gulf War was no longer just a conflict, it was a catalyst, igniting old wounds and forging new alliances. Countries danced to the rhythm of oil and power, their interests tangled in a web of greed and ambition. I could feel the ghosts of greed lurking in the shadows, watching, waiting. Every heartbeat became a reminder of the stakes at play, a reminder that lives were mere pawns in a high-stakes game. I remember watching the news, the faces of the leaders flashing across the screen, each one a ghostly apparition bound to the impermanence of power. They spoke of strategies and victories, but their words felt hollow against the weight of reality. For every decision made in the halls of power, there were countless stories rewritten in the blood of the innocent. And yet, amidst the chaos, I found a flicker of hope, the resilience of the human spirit. As the dust settled, our lives intertwined in ways I couldn't have fathomed. Ahmed and Layla became more than just characters in a tragedy, they were symbols of a deeper truth, a reminder of what it meant to love and lose, to fight and fall. In the aftermath, we bore the scars of war, each mark a testament to our survival, each memory a thread woven into the greater narrative of humanity. No conclusions, no summaries, only the relentless pulse of existence, a reminder that in the face of darkness, the light of hope flickers on. The Gulf War did not simply reshape borders, it carved its imprint into our souls, forever entwining our fates with the fabric of the cosmos. And as the stars blinked down upon the desolate landscape, I understood one undeniable truth: the echoes of this conflict would resonate through time, haunting and healing, a continuous flow of emotion and tension that refused to fade away. The air crackled with tension, thick and electric, as Yora stood on the balcony of her apartment, overlooking the chaotic streets of Jerusalem. The sun hung low in the sky, casting shadows that danced across the cobblestones, whispering secrets of a past both rich and painful. A siren wailed in the distance, a blood-curdling sound that sliced through the stillness, pulling her from her thoughts. She shut her eyes, feeling the pulse of the city beneath her feet like a heartbeat, an erratic rhythm of hope and despair tangled together. I remember the night we first heard about the Oslo Accords. The word spilled from her lips, a memory both vivid and haunting. That night, the streets had been alive with laughter and chatter, the promise of peace swelling like a balloon, bright and buoyant. I remember the taste of jubilation, the air thick with possibilities. She could still feel the warmth of her father's hand in hers, the way it squeezed tightly, as if anchoring her to a future untainted by the shadows of war. But hope is a fragile thing. It shimmers, it glimmers, and then it shatters like glass. The laughter faded, replaced by a deafening silence that echoed in her chest. "Why do we keep believing?" she whispered to the empty night, her voice trembling as if the question itself might draw answers from the shadows. Yora's heart pounded like a drum, each beat a reminder of the promises made and broken. Across the city, in a less precarious part of town, Amir stood in the narrow corridor of his family home, heart racing like a wild horse. He clutched a newspaper, the headlines glaring back at him like accusations. "Peace process stalls," it read, and each word felt like a stone lodged in his throat. His mother's voice called from the kitchen, a soothing melody of spices and simmering lentils, but he couldn't swallow the warmth. "Not now. I can't do this," he muttered, fingers trembling, the ink smudging under his grip. "I remember the rallies, the speeches," he continued, almost as if speaking to an unseen audience. "I remember the way the crowd swelled with voices, united, echoing with the electric thrill of change." His mind traveled back to the fervent speeches of leaders on stages, visions painted with words, promises draped in grandiose ideals. But those promises felt like smoke, slipping through his fingers, beautiful yet evanescent. Amir's heart ached for his brother, long lost to the violence that had stained their lives. "I'm tired of fighting," he whispered to the walls. They had taken everything from him, yet he still yearned for something greater. For hope. For peace. For a life unmarked by the scars of their history. But every time he reached for it, it slipped further away, like stars swallowed by the dawn. Outside, the city stirred, shadows lengthening, and the weight of the night began to settle over Jerusalem. Yora stepped back from the balcony, her thoughts swirling like autumn leaves caught in an endless dance. She could hear the distant echoes of children laughing, a sound both enchanting and achingly bittersweet, reminding her of what was at stake. She had always believed in the innocence of childhood, that laughter could drown out despair, that tomorrow might hold a brighter dawn. Yet deep inside, she felt the gnawing doubt. What if this is just another illusion? The words clawed at her, a specter she could not shake. She turned away from the window, her heart heavy. There was something primal in that tension, something that gnawed at the edges of her soul, that whispered the truth she feared: hope could be as cruel as despair. As midnight approached, the streets transformed. The darkness thickened, and every corner became a hiding place for ghosts. Yora's phone buzzed, a message from Amir lighting up the dim room. "Meet me at the old marketplace." The urgency of his words sent a jolt through her veins. He needed her, she could feel it like a tremor in the earth. She rushed out, the night air alive with shadows, the city a maze of memories and dreams. Each step felt like a pulse, a heartbeat guiding her through the labyrinth of her own fears. This city, she thought, it's a reflection of my soul, beautiful, broken, forever caught between hope and despair. When she arrived at the marketplace, the flickering lights cast surreal shapes on the cobblestones, and there was Amir, pacing like a caged animal, his face taut with frustration. "Yora," he shouted, the desperation in his voice a knife to her heart. "I don't know if I can believe anymore. The accords, the promises, it's all slipping away. I remember what we fought for." Yora shot back, the fire in her voice igniting the air between them. "I remember the dreams we painted, the future we envisioned. We can't give up now." But even as she spoke, doubt gnawed at her edges. He stepped closer, eyes dark and stormy. "Dreams don't stop bullets, Yora. They don't feed families or heal wounds." Each word was a blow, raw and unfiltered, echoing the truth they both tried to suppress. They stood teetering on a precipice, the weight of their history crashing down like a thunderstorm, threatening to drown them in its fury. A silence enveloped them, heavy and thick, punctuated only by the distant sound of laughter that felt like a cruel mockery. They were both haunted by their pasts, by the future that seemed to shimmer just beyond their grasp. And yet, in that moment of despair, something flickered, a small, fragile flame of understanding, and perhaps, just perhaps, of hope. "I don't know how to keep fighting," Amir finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. "But I don't want to stop dreaming." "Then don't," Yora replied, her heart racing with the weight of their shared burdens, a delicate thread weaving them closer. "Let's dream together." The night held its breath, and for a moment, the air around them crackled with possibility. The city pulsed like a heart, a reminder that despair and hope could coexist, bound together in an eternal dance. The confrontation hung in the air, electric, unresolved, a reflection of the world outside, a world bursting with promise and haunted by ghosts. And as they stood on the brink, so too did the fragile hope of the Oslo Accords, daring to exist amidst the shadows, trembling yet unyielding, waiting for the dawn that felt so achingly far away. The crackle of gunfire splintered the air with a sound so sharp it felt like it could slice through flesh. I was there in that moment, heart pounding, chest tight, the scent of smoke mixing with the bitter tang of fear. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the cracked pavement. It looked like a photograph, frozen in time, yet everything was moving, chaos swirling around me in a sickening dance. I remember the first time it happened. The first time I heard the shouting, felt the ground tremble beneath my feet. It was a Friday, the day the city seemed to breathe easier, as if the weight of the week could lift, only to be crushed by the unrelenting reality of checkpoints and walls. I was only 16, shoulders still soft, dreams still tangled in the night air. Ahmed, my older brother, had always shielded me. "Stay close," he would say, his voice calm yet commanding. But on that day, I let him walk ahead, the distance between us growing with every heartbeat. I remember the way he turned back, his eyes wide, a flash of something, fear, maybe, before he was swallowed by the crowd. I can still hear the sound of men chanting in unison, their voices rising like a storm. They were marching toward the border, bold yet fragile, their hopes igniting like dry leaves in the wind. But I could smell the tension, thick and heavy. It was a warning, a whisper that promised nothing but heartbreak. Then it happened. A shot rang out. Time slowed, and for a moment, the world around me blurred, faces distorted in panic. I could see Ahmed, standing frozen, his expression unreadable, a mask of resolve. But beneath that, I sensed it, his vulnerability. I wanted to scream, to reach for him in that moment, but my feet were cemented to the ground. A second shot, and blood sprayed like a crimson blossom, vivid against the dull grey of the street. It wasn't until the sirens wailed that the realization crashed over me like a tidal wave. this was not a dream. I could feel the weight of despair clenching my throat, choking any semblance of hope. I rushed forward, heart racing, knees buckling beneath the weight of fear, as I searched for him among the throngs of bodies. Amira was there too, a girl from school, her face pale as the moonlight. She had been my friend, but now we were strangers bound by a shared horror. I saw her clutching her younger sister, their bodies trembling like leaves in a storm. The innocence of childhood crushed beneath the brutality of reality. "They'll be okay, right?" she whispered, her voice cracking. But I couldn't answer. In that moment, I was drowning in a sea of uncertainty. The chaos surrounded us like a living entity, an organic mass of anger, grief, and confusion. It felt like the whole world had exploded, and we were merely fragments of it, caught in the aftermath, struggling to comprehend the incomprehensible. I could hear the sharp gasp of breath, the cries of mothers, each one echoing like a gunshot through the corridors of my mind. I remember the faces of the soldiers, their eyes obscured behind masks, their guns glimmering under the fading sun. They were ghosts of fear and power, shadows in a land that had become haunted by its own history. Yet, I couldn't help but see the cracks in their armor, the uncertainty etched on their young faces, the weight of a duty that felt like an anchor pulling them into the abyss. They were human too, but in that moment, they became the embodiment of everything we had been fighting against. And then I felt it, an electric current, a charge that coursed through the thrumming chaos. It was the pulse of rebellion, the fervent cry for freedom. It resonated deep within me, igniting a fire that made my heart race. I could see Ahmed again, his eyes fierce, hands raised, shouting words that felt like a mantra. "This is our land. This is our home." The crowd surged, a living, breathing wave of defiance, and I was swept up within it, pulled toward something bigger than myself. But it was fleeting. Like a candle flickering in the wind, hope teetered on the edge of despair. I watched as stones were hurled, the sound of shattering glass echoing like a war cry. The soldiers began to respond, their rifles barking back, a horror that felt like a nightmare made real. I wished to wake up, to find this was all an illusion, a cruel trick of fate. And there was Amira, her sister lost in the fray. I could see the moment when her face contorted into a mask of anguish, a raw, heart-wrenching scream spilling from her lips. It pierced through the din of chaos, a sound that made my heart ache. I was frozen, trapped between the need to help her and the instinct to run. But I didn't run. I couldn't. The world around us spun, flashes of light, the acrid smell of smoke. A feeling of inevitability settled in my bones. I felt the weight of Ahmed's absence, an ache that throbbed like a wound left open. I could hear the clock ticking somewhere in the distance, each second a reminder of the fragility of life, of dreams crumbling like ash. In the heart of that chaos, I realized we were all ghosts, haunted by our desires, fears, and the weight of our histories. We were fragments of a story that was still being written, a narrative riddled with pain, yet flickering with the undeniable spark of resolve. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows began to stretch across the ground, wrapping around us like a shroud. The city was alive, but it was in pain, a canvas splattered with the colors of human suffering. The sirens wailed a mournful tune, a song for the lost, for the fallen. I held on to that moment, gripping it tightly, knowing it would forever be etched into my soul. But the tension was building, a storm waiting to unleash its fury. I could feel it in the air, thick and electric. The cries of the crowd reached a fever pitch, merging into an anthem of defiance, a symphony of anguish and hope that echoed through the night. And just like that, we were caught in the grip of something far greater than ourselves, a web of history and emotion that intertwined our fates. The line between us blurred, a mosaic of humanity struggling to find its way in the darkness. I was terrified, yet exhilarated. We were on the brink, standing at the edge of a precipice, poised to leap into the unknown, our hearts beating as one. The night is thick with tension, a shroud that wraps around the city like a predator stalking its prey. Beneath the pale glow of the street lamps, shadows dance, twisting and turning like the restless thoughts in Mia's mind. She stands on the corner, breath hitching in her throat, heart pounding like a war drum. Somewhere in the distance, sirens wail, a haunting melody that echoes her own turmoil, a symphony of chaos, despair, and hope. It's a soundtrack she knows all too well. I remember the day we thought it would be different, she whispers to no one, her voice barely cutting through the frigid air. The chill bites at her skin, but the heat of her emotions is a wildfire, raging just beneath the surface. I remember a world where trust wasn't just a word we tossed around like a discarded paper cup, where allies were more than just a name on a map. And then there's Jack, his figure emerging from the darkness, an apparition cloaked in uncertainty. He moves with purpose, but the weight of his choices drags him down, his shoulders slumped under the heavy burden of allegiance. "We can't keep pretending," he says, his voice raw, laced with desperation. He's a soldier-turned-strategist, grappling with the ghosts of his past decisions, haunted by the faces of those he failed to protect. You know what they say about loyalty. It's a double-edged sword, MIA. I don't even know which side I'm on anymore. They stand there, two souls tethered by a fraying bond, each heartbeat a reminder of the fragile line they walk between ally and adversary. The world around them pulses with the weight of history, decisions made in smoke-filled rooms, treaties signed in blood, friendships forged and shattered beneath the ruthless sun of ambition. They remember the promises made, the dreams painted in vibrant colors that have long since bled into murky gray. "I should have seen it coming," MIA mutters, her voice trembling as she unfolds the crumpled paper in her hands. It's an old letter, words scrawled in ink fading like her faith. What do we do when trust is a currency we can't afford? When our allies, our very own country, betray us? She clutches it tight, the paper crinkling under her grip, each crease a reminder of the betrayal that has twisted their lives into a painful knot. Jack's gaze hardens, fire igniting within him. It's not too late to fight back, MIA. We can still take a stand. We owe it to them. His voice rises, slicing through the night. Our friends, our families, they're caught in the crossfire. We need to show them that we're not just pawns in their game. An invisible thread pulls taut between them, a connection that teeters on the edge of hope and despair. They both know the stakes. The clock ticks down as if mocking their every move. Time itself feels like a ghost, slipping through their fingers. How many lives had been lost in the shadows they now inhabit? How many dreams extinguished by the cold hands of power? I remember the times we laughed, MIA whispers, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Memories swirl around them like autumn leaves caught in a gust of wind, moments that seem impossibly distant yet achingly familiar. Back when we believed we could make a difference. Jack steps closer, the heat radiating from him mingling with the chill in the air. They are two warriors in a battle that feels both personal and cosmic, an epic clash against unseen forces that manipulate the fabric of their reality. We still can, he insists, his resolve solidified in the fire of their shared memories, forged in the uncertainty of their present. But the night is unforgiving. The shadows deepen, and from the corners of their eyes, they catch glimpses of figures lurking, faces half-formed, whispers that drift like smoke. The fear wraps around them, a vice tightening with every heartbeat, every breath. "Do you feel that?" MIA asks, her voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loud might summon the darkness that watches. Jack nods, his jaw clenched. "It's them," he says, his voice a low growl. "They're waiting. Watching. They want us to turn on each other. To lose faith." Fear and defiance mix in the air, a volatile concoction that propels them forward even as it threatens to consume them. A sudden explosion of sound shatters the silence, a car crash, metal grinding against metal, a cacophony that mirrors their own internal discord. "We have to go," MIA shouts, adrenaline surging through her veins. The chaos of the world outside forces them into action, propelling them toward a fate intertwined with every choice they've made. As they run, streets blur into shadows, memories leap from the depths of their minds, each step heavy with the ghosts of what could have been. They are propelled forward, not just by the fear of the unknown, but by the hope that perhaps, just perhaps, they can reclaim their narrative, reshape the story of allegiance that has turned into something sinister. "I remember," MIA repeats, voice choked with the weight of longing and determination. "I remember what it felt like to believe." In that moment, they are not merely allies or adversaries, they are two souls caught in the gravity of their convictions, clinging to the flickering light of unity, even as the dark looms ever closer, an ominous specter of doubt and fear. Time slips through their hands like sand, and as they race forward, the question looms larger than life. In a world where the United States stands as either ally or adversary, which path will they choose to walk? The answer is still unwritten, a canvas stretched taut and waiting for the brushstrokes of their decision, suspended in the breath of an impending storm, the moment before everything changes forever. The air is thick with the scent of smoke and desperation, a miasma that clings to the skin like a shroud. Beneath the flickering streetlights of Cairo, shadows dance, twisting and contorting. Somewhere, a voice rises, and it's both a cry of anguish and a rallying cry. I stand at the edge of Tahrir Square, the pulse of the city thrumming through my veins. Heartbeats synchronize with every chant, every footstep. The people want the fall of the regime. It reverberates, a seismic shift that sends tremors through my soul. I remember Ahmed's face, a portrait of defiance framed by unkempt hair and eyes that glimmer with unshed tears. He clutches a tattered placard, the message barely legible beneath layers of grime and fervor. "Better to die standing than live on your knees," he murmurs, a mantra soaked in the blood of martyrs whose names we whisper like sacred incantations. I grasp his arm, trying to ground us both. But even in the chaos, I feel the pull of the abyss, a darkness lurking in the corners of hope. And then there's Fatima, standing beside us, her hijab painted in defiance with the colors of revolution. She's a storm, a tempest of emotion swirling beneath her composed facade. I can see the tremble in her fingers as she grips her phone, broadcasting live to a world that watches, but can't fully grasp the weight of our struggle. "We're not just names on a screen," she shouts, her voice a spear piercing through the din. "We are flesh and blood, hearts beating for change." Her energy is electric, igniting something deep within the crowd. Yet, beneath her courage lies a chasm of fear. The uncertainty of whether we'll make it through the night stings her eyes. Then, the first explosion rings out, a thunderous sound that splits the air, echoing into the marrow of our bones. The earth quakes beneath us, and chaos unfurls. I glimpse Ahmed's face, now pale as a spectre, mouth agape in horror. Fatima's bravado wavers, she grips her phone tighter, but the signal falters, pixels freezing on our faces, just ghosts in a digital void. I feel the ground become an ocean, sweeping us toward a tide of despair. "Hold on!" I shout, but my voice is lost in the cacophony. We are swept into the surge, bodies colliding, breaths mingling in a frenzy of adrenaline and fear. I remember the warmth of Ahmed's body against mine, the safety of his presence, and for a moment, I close my eyes, wishing it would all just stop. But it doesn't. The storm rages on. And yet, amidst the chaos, I catch glimpses of beauty, the unity of strangers, hands raised, fists clenched, a shared heartbeat echoing beneath the weight of oppression. I see tears mingling with sweat, smiles breaking through the masks of despair. We are alive, despite the threats. I remember that feeling, the raw pulse of rebellion coursing through every vein, an intoxicating elixir that drowns out fear. As night falls, the city morphs into a labyrinth of shadows. The streets become a canvas for our dreams, painted with the colors of our hopes and fears. Ahmed pulls me close, whispering, "Do you remember the stories of our ancestors? The ones who fought? They are with us." His words are a balm, a promise of the past woven into the fabric of our present. In those moments, I see flashes of my mother's laughter, her hands weaving threads of tradition, and I feel the weight of her sacrifices. Fatima's voice breaks through my reverie. "We are not just fighting for ourselves, we are fighting for every soul silenced, for the dreams of those who came before us." Her eyes glisten with a fire that could ignite the stars. She's right, we are ghosts, carrying the memories of generations who dared to hope. But what if we fail? What if the shadows swallow us whole? Suddenly, a police siren wails, piercing through the night, a harbinger of violence. Panic ripples through the crowd. Bodies push against one another, fear morphing into frantic energy. I feel Ahmed's grip tighten, and I glance over at Fatima, her expression morphing from resolute to terrified in an instant. "We can't let them take our spirit," she breathes, but there's an edge of doubt, a fracture in her armor. The moment stretches, frozen in time, and then it fractures. A surge of bodies, a wave of chaos, and we're separated. I reach for Ahmed, for Fatima, but they slip through my fingers like sand. The world collapses into a kaleidoscope of shouts and screams, a symphony of despair. I run, heart pounding, longing to find them, to find safety in their presence once more. But even as I navigate through the maze of bodies and fear, I remember the faces of those who came before us, the protesters, the dreamers, the martyrs. Their voices echo in my mind, urging me forward. The people want change, they chant, a relentless tide that cannot be contained. I am one of them, and even in the face of impending darkness, I will not be silenced. The confrontation is upon us, the climax of our struggle, the clash of hope against the weight of tyranny. I grasp the remnants of my courage, a flickering candle in the storm, and push through the chaos. I will find Ahmed. I will find Fatima. And as I surge towards that flicker of light, I remember, this is only the beginning. The quest for change is a path laced with shadows, but it is a path we must walk, together, with hearts ablaze. A child's cry pierces the heavy air, a haunting sound echoing through the stillness of the shattered alley. The walls, once vibrant with colors, now stand like grim sentinels, cracked, bleeding dust, and despair. I remember the fear, a tangible presence that clung to my skin, as I crouched behind the remnants of a door, splintered wood framing the chaos that engulfed my world. The sun, hidden behind a curtain of smoke, casts a ghostly pallor over the scene, where shadows dance like twisted phantoms, laughing at the absurdity of hope. I remember Layla, her dark eyes wide with defiance, even as tears streaked down her soot-covered cheeks. "We must get to the market," she whispered fiercely, her voice trembling yet resolute. A girl of 13, with dreams as vast as the sky, caught in a storm she never asked for. I watched as she clutched a frayed teddy bear, its button eye missing, a symbol of innocence lost amid the suffocating grip of violence. The market, a patch of life in this wasteland, was where we could still taste the sweetness of oranges, where laughter could momentarily drown out the sounds of war. But the echoes of gunfire shattered that notion, each crack a reminder of the world closing in around us. I had to protect her. I couldn't lose her too. The weight of that responsibility felt like a stone in my chest. I remember when I was like her, full of dreams. "Stay close," I murmured, clutching her hand, our fingers entwined like a promise. We slipped through the ruins as if we were ghosts, weaving between debris that once held stories of joy, now a graveyard of memories. And then there was Amir, my brother, always the reckless one, always the brave one. "This is our home. We can't let them take it," he shouted, his voice a tempest, challenging the sky. I remember his anger, raw and infectious, bright like a flame flickering against the night. But I also remember the darkness in his eyes, the fear he masked with bravado. The war had twisted him, reshaped his dreams into a battlefield of survival. "Amir, it's not worth it," I pleaded, my voice lost in the roar of his stubbornness. "We have to leave." "Leave? And let them win?" His face contorted, a mask of fury and hurt. "Do you want to abandon our childhood? Our laughter? Our parents?" Memories of laughter echoed in my mind like ghosts taunting us, reminding us of what we had lost, of the innocence that once floated around us like stars in a clear night sky. I remember the night the bombs fell, the sky splitting open with fire, the earth trembling beneath our feet. Amir ran toward the sound, like a moth drawn to a flame, and I screamed, but no sound escaped my throat. Fear clawed at my insides, a relentless beast. The sky darkened as if morning, the world collapsing in on itself, and for a moment, time froze, a single heartbeat stretched into eternity. "Amir!" I cried, but the chaos swallowed my voice, the echoes of destruction drowning out the last vestiges of hope. I remember the moment I reached him, my heart pounding like a war drum, only to find him kneeling, hands gripping the earth, his eyes glazed with disbelief. "They took Mom," he whispered, as if uttering a curse, and I felt the ground quake beneath my feet. "They took everything." The air thickened with loss, a palpable fog that wrapped around our hearts, squeezing until we could barely breathe. I remember Layla's small frame shaking beside me, a fragile leaf in a tempest. The city, once vibrant with life, became a canvas painted in shades of grey, the laughter of children replaced by the wails of sirens, a haunting lullaby that echoed through our souls. I remember the faces of neighbors turned to strangers, friends once, now enemies in this twisted game of power and survival. The shadows whispered secrets of betrayal, while the heavens wept, their tears mingling with the blood-stained streets. The war was not just fought with guns and bombs, it raged in the hearts of those who remained, a constant struggle for dignity amid the ashes of despair. In the midst of chaos, I was torn between the flickering light of hope and the suffocating darkness of despair. I remember the moments of laughter, the few that dared to exist. We would sit on the roof of our building, gazing up at the stars that still twinkled, remnants of a universe untouched by our suffering. "See that one?" Amir would point, his voice tinged with longing. "That's where our dreams live, far away from here." But dreams felt like ghosts, fading with each passing moment, lost in the labyrinth of rubble that was once our home. I remember the silence that followed the laughter, the moment when the reality crashed down upon us like a wave, drowning every flicker of joy. "Do you think we'll ever be free?" Layla asked one night, her voice barely a whisper. It was a question that hung heavy in the air, a fragile thread connecting us to the possibility of a tomorrow that felt increasingly unattainable. I wanted to promise her freedom, to tell her that the sun would rise again, but my heart was a prison, shackled by the chains of what we had lost. A flash of light. An explosion. The ground trembled, and I was propelled forward, my heart racing. I turned, searching for my brother, my sister, my family. But all that remained was the dust, swirling like a ghostly dance, and the sound of sirens wailing in the distance, closing in like the darkness that threatened to consume us. I remember the moment we had to decide, fight or flee. The air was electric, charged with desperation and longing for a semblance of normalcy. In that moment, I saw the truth of our existence. We were ghosts in our own lives, haunted by dreams that slipped through our fingers like sand. The world outside held a promise of danger, yet the world within was a cage of memories, and we were trapped in a struggle with no clear path, a haunting symphony of survival. And so we stood, at the edge of everything we once knew, the weight of our choices pressing down, as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for us to decide. The time was ticking, the clock of our lives counting down to a confrontation we could not escape. I remember the stillness, the way it wrapped around us, holding us in its grip, preparing us for the storm that was yet to come. Time was always slipping away, and we were mere players on a stage, caught in a tragedy that felt as infinite as the stars above. The air crackles with tension, thick like the smoke rising from charred buildings, acrid and suffocating. A child's scream pierces through the chaos, echoing in the narrow alleyways of Raqqa, a city now drenched in shadows. I remember that moment, the moment when innocence collided headfirst with the weight of terror. I close my eyes and I'm back there, the oppressive heat curling around me, the distant sound of gunfire becoming a twisted lullaby. Mariam, a mother of 3, stands frozen, clutching her youngest tightly against her chest. Her heart thunders against the backdrop of a war zone, each beat a desperate prayer for survival. She watches the world unravel around her, her face a mask of despair. I can see the flicker of anger beneath her fear, a woman torn between the protective instincts of motherhood and the haunting knowledge that her home has become a battlefield. For them, she whispers, her voice trembling, "I will fight." But what does that even mean? What does it mean to fight when the enemy is faceless, when the shadows that creep into your very bones are born from the minds of men who claim divine authority? Mariam's resolve is a fragile thread, fraying with each siren wail, each explosion that rattles her world. In the silence that follows each blast, I can almost hear her thoughts spiraling. Will she have to choose between the safety of her children and the love for her own kin, each side clawing at her heart? In another part of the city, Ahmed grips his rifle, knuckles white against the cold metal. He is not just a soldier, he is a man caught in the storm of ideology, a pawn in a game far larger than himself. What have we become, he thinks, the question gnawing at him like a festering wound. He had once dreamed of glory and honor, but now all he feels is the weight of his choices, each one dragging him deeper into an abyss. His mind flickers back to his sister, a bright spirit extinguished by the very chaos he now perpetuates. "I am lost," he murmurs to himself, a prayer to the ghosts of his past. The battlefield pulses around him, each gunshot a reminder of the fragile line between life and death. Ahmed's heart aches with regret, yet it is also filled with a fury that fuels his actions. He charges forward, each step a desperate attempt to escape his own guilt, to drown out the voices that scream for justice, vengeance, blood. For her, he thinks, though he knows the irony is thick, she, who wanted peace, turned into a memory now wrapped in the shroud of his own making. The sun begins to set, bleeding crimson across the horizon, and the world beneath it twists into something unrecognizable. I remember the feeling of it, a haunting beauty that taunts the soul. The darkness creeps in, and with it, a sense of inevitability. The streets become a maze, lined with the remnants of lives once lived fully, now reduced to whispers of what could have been. Mariam's children call out for her, their voices pure and innocent, yet muffled by the cacophony of violence. Mama. A word that holds the power to transcend the chaos, yet it's a word that reverberates with fear. Her resolve hardens. I will not let this scourge take you, she vows, though her heart is a battlefield of its own. Each heartbeat is a countdown, each breath a fleeting moment in a world slipping away. Ahmed's unit advances, and he feels the rush of adrenaline course through him. But beneath the muscle memory of combat, an ache stirs, a longing for a life not consumed by bloodshed. He glances at the faces around him, hardened, unfeeling, and he wonders if he, too, has become a monster. Where is the humanity? He questions silently, clutching his rifle as if it could provide answers to the chaos that entangles them all. In that instant, they cross paths, Mariam with her children in tow, and Ahmed, a soldier carrying the weight of 1,000 sins. Time halts, suspended in the air like the palpable tension before a storm. Eyes lock, hers are filled with fierce determination, his shadowed by regret. And for a brief moment, the world around them fades. Please, help us, Mariam's voice trembles, a whisper laced with desperation. It's a plea that cuts through the fog of gunfire, a raw, unfiltered cry that echoes the collective pain of a nation. Ahmed's heart twists, caught in a vice of conflicting loyalties. He is a soldier, yes, but he is also a human being, and in that flicker of recognition, he feels the world shift beneath him. For a heartbeat, they stand suspended in their own realities, the weight of their choices crashing against each other like waves upon the shore. The terror of the moment hangs in the air, alive and breathing, and I can almost taste the fear, sharp and metallic. The decision looms before them, a precipice that could lead to salvation or despair. The crack of gunfire shatters the silence, a reminder that the world outside continues its relentless march toward chaos. Mariam's eyes flicker with fear, and in that glance, Ahmed sees the reflection of his sister, her laughter now replaced by the shadows of the night. I cannot let this be her legacy, he thinks, the thought igniting a flame of defiance within him, a fleeting wish for redemption. And as the clock ticks, each second dripping with uncertainty, their destinies entwine in a dance of hope and despair. The rise of ISIS isn't just a story of terror, it's a tapestry woven with the threads of human struggle, a haunting reminder of what we are willing to sacrifice for those we love. The confrontation spirals. Will he reach out, or will he turn away? Will the darkness consume them both, or will they carve a new path through the chaos? Time stands still, but the world around them races forward, leaving behind the echoes of their choices, haunting it exhilarating, a perpetual cycle of pain and resilience. Together, they embody the struggle of nations and the spirit of humanity, caught in a maelstrom of conflict, fear, and love. Each heartbeat, each breath, is a step into the abyss, yet also a whisper of hope. A hope that perhaps, just perhaps, beneath the weight of terror, something beautiful can rise. The air crackled with a tension that felt like a live wire. Shadows danced on the walls of the dimly lit room, where whispers of ambition wove into the very fabric of a nation on the brink. I remember the way my heart raced, a relentless drum pounding against my ribs, as two figures stood poised for confrontation. The clock ticked loudly, each second a reminder of the stakes. The world outside crumbled like brittle parchment, as Iran, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia circled one another like wolves in the night. In that heavy silence, Arosh, a man of iron will and soft heart, clenched his jaw, each muscle taut with the weight of his choices. His legacy hung over him, a noose woven from the expectations of his father and the shadows of his ancestors. He knew he was expected to lead, to forge a path through the chaos. Yet, each time he took a step forward, doubt slithered in, whispering of failure. Was he merely a pawn in a game far larger than himself? He caught his breath, tasting the metallic tang of fear on his tongue, the walls seemingly closing in. Across the room, Layla, with her fierce eyes and trembling hands, felt the gravity of her own decisions. She stood like a lighthouse in a storm, torn between her loyalty to her homeland and the lure of a power that promised freedom, yet threatened to snuff out the very essence of who she was. The weight of history pressed down on her, ghosts of revolution and betrayal swirling around her like a maelstrom. I remember the way her voice shook when she spoke, each word a battle cry echoing in the hollow chambers of her heart. And then there was Samir, the ambitious emissary whose dreams were drenched in the oil-soaked ambitions of kings. His life was a tapestry of contradictions, woven from threads of hope and despair. He stood in that room, haunted by visions of grandeur, yet shackled by the realities of war. The laughter of children echoed in his mind, a cruel reminder of the innocence lost in the pursuit of power. He longed to be the architect of peace, yet he felt the seductive pull of conflict, as intoxicating as it was dangerous. As tensions escalated, Arosh broke the silence, his voice low and resolute. We must stand united, or fall divided. Each word struck like a hammer on an anvil, forging his resolve. Outside, the streets were filled with the restless murmurs of a populace yearning for change, their dreams as fragile as glass. The moon cast a silvery glow, illuminating faces twisted with fear, anger, hope. Layla stepped closer, her determination igniting like wildfire. But at what cost? Her voice trembled, the vulnerability spilling through the cracks in her armor. We've seen what happens when power corrupts. We cannot become what we fear. Her heart ached, the echoes of a revolution past reverberating in her mind, visions of blood-soaked streets and shattered dreams lurking just beneath the surface. In the corner, Samir felt the weight of the world on his shoulders. He was a man caught in a tempest, navigating the treacherous waters of diplomacy. His ambition roared within him, a beast desperate to escape its cage. We can no longer afford to be fragmented. The world watches with bated breath. His words hung in the air, heavy with the promise of impending conflict. Outside, the city pulsed with life, an orchestra of chaos. The aroma of spices mingled with the bitter scent of smoke, a reminder of the fragile balance between tradition and modernity. I remember how the sounds enveloped me, a symphony of rebellion as people rallied, their chants rising like a tide that threatened to engulf everything in its path. As the tension in the room mounted, Arosh struggled to keep his emotions in check. The shadows of the past loomed large, threatening to engulf him. We must confront our demons, he said, his voice wavering. Or they will consume us. The truth of his words hung heavily in the air, a dark storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. Layla's heart raced, her mind racing through the labyrinth of history. But what if confronting them means tearing apart the very fabric of who we are? Her voice trembled, laden with the weight of generations. The ghosts of her ancestors hovered nearby, their whispers a chilling reminder of the sacrifices made in the name of power. Would she betray them for a fleeting promise of strength? Just then, a sharp knock echoed through the room, shattering the fragile bubble of tension. Time felt suspended, breaths caught in throats, as the door creaked open. A figure cloaked in shadows entered, bringing with them the stench of impending doom. The tension crackled like static, each heartbeat a reminder that the moment had arrived, a reckoning. The world outside had descended into chaos, and within the confines of that room, destinies were about to intertwine, igniting a fire that could either forge a new order or engulf them all in flames. I could feel it, a palpable electricity in the air, a force drawing them closer to the precipice. They were bound by history, yet yearning for freedom. The stakes rose higher, an invisible hand tightening around their throats. Every word spoken was another step toward a truth that could shatter or heal. And I remember sensing the urgency, the pulse of a world on the brink, as the shadows of Iran, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia loomed over them, their fates tangled in a web of ambition and despair. The confrontation was inevitable, a clash of ideals, a struggle for power, and a desperate search for identity in a world that threatened to consume them whole. As the door creaked shut behind the newcomer, it felt like a countdown to an explosion, a race against time that would reverberate through the ages. The city outside roared, hungry for change. And in that room, 3 souls stood on the edge, united by a common struggle, each grappling with their own ghosts, all teetering on the brink of a new dawn, or a dark abyss. The night hung heavy, a suffocating blanket of darkness over the rubble of what had once been a home. A single streetlight flickered, casting ghostly shadows across the shattered pavement, illuminating the remnants of a life once vibrant. A child's teddy bear lay forgotten, its fabric stained and torn, a testament to innocence shattered. I remember thinking, how could something so small feel so unbearably large? A woman stood at the edge of the desolation, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her heart pounding a wild rhythm against her ribcage. Lena clutched her son, Amir, close to her chest, his small face buried in the hollow of her shoulder, the weight of the world pressing down on them. She felt the heat of his tears, warm and relentless, as they soaked through her shirt. Rage and sorrow boiled within her, a tempest that churned with every terrified heartbeat. The sound of distant sirens echoed like a haunting lullaby, promising safety yet delivering only nightmares. "I remember," she whispered to Amir, "when we had a home." But the words fell like stones, heavy and unyielding. Meanwhile, in a crumbling building across the street, a man named Rashid peered through the cracked window, the light of the dying street lamp casting an eerie glow on his face. He was haunted by memories of laughter and warmth, the echoes of his daughter, Yasmin, twirling in the sun-drenched garden. Now, that garden was a battlefield, trampled by boots, stained with the blood of dreams cut short. He tightened his grip on the makeshift weapon, a pipe, dull and rusted, he had fashioned for protection. But how could he protect anything when he felt so utterly powerless? The city around them was a ghost of itself, whispers of life lingering in the shadows, sounds of children playing, the aroma of freshly baked bread wafting through open windows. But those sounds had long since vanished, replaced by the chilling wails of despair and the echo of gunfire, a cruel symphony that played on repeat. Each shot rang in Rashid's ears, a reminder of what he had lost, what he was fighting for. Lena felt the weight of despair as she stepped into the street, every step a question mark, each footfall a plea for mercy. Her heart raced as she passed the broken glass, shards glistening like teeth in the moonlight. "Are we the ghosts now?" she thought, a single, chilling tear tracing a path down her cheek. Amir clung tighter to her, sensing her turmoil, his small fingers digging into her skin like a lifeline. "Mommy, are we safe?" he asked, his voice a fragile whisper that shattered the silence. She turned to him, determination flaring like a candle against the dark. "We will be, my love. We will be." But the words tasted like ash in her mouth, a grim promise held together by hope. Rashid watched as the mother and son trudged through the chaos, their silhouettes etched against a canvas of destruction. A surge of longing washed over him. He remembered Yasmin's laughter, the way it had danced through the air like sunlight. But now, all of it, her laughter, her dreams, had been swallowed by the hollow ache of loss. He felt the weight of his own survival crush him, the unbearable knowledge that he was alive while she was not. Each breath felt like a betrayal, each heartbeat a reminder of his failure. "Why, God?" he whispered, a prayer mingled with anguish. "Why did you take her?" The words felt like daggers in his throat, sharp and bitter, the taste of grief seeping into his soul. The clash of footsteps broke through the sorrowful haze, a chaotic orchestra of boots pounding against pavement, marching toward the inevitable. Lena's instincts kicked in, a primal urge to shield her child, to protect him from the approaching darkness. She spun on her heel, eyes wide with fear, pulling Amir closer. "Stay with me, sweet boy. Just stay with me." But Rashid stood frozen, caught between the instinct to flee and the need to fight. He felt the pulse of the city beneath him, the heartbeat of a place that had become a graveyard for dreams. He should run, but something, some unshakable force, kept him rooted in place. Was it bravery or recklessness? He didn't know. He only knew the sirens were getting louder, the chaos drawing closer. In that moment, as the shadows loomed larger, their stories intertwined, hearts pounding as a single, shattered rhythm. Lena's fear met Rashid's sorrow, and in a world that had stripped them of everything, they found a flicker of understanding in each other's eyes. Help me, Rashid shouted, breaking the silence, his voice raw, desperate. Lena hesitated, the instinct to protect Amir battling with the hard truth that perhaps together they could find strength. "What do you need?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Anything," he replied, the word heavy with grief. "We can't let them take our humanity." The siren swelled, a cacophony that rattled their hearts. But in that moment, united by fear and loss, they stepped toward each other. The ground trembled beneath their feet, a reminder of the world crumbling around them. The echoes of their lives, of love and laughter intermingled with despair, filled the air as they took a breath together, the last remnants of their former lives clinging like ghosts around them. And the night wore on, shadows stretching longer, the promise of dawn still hidden beyond the horizon, wrapped in the promise of uncertainty. Would they find refuge? Would their spirits rise from the ashes? The world held its breath as they stood on the precipice of something that felt so much larger than themselves, a confrontation with fate, a dance with the unknown. In that moment, they became more than fragments of despair, they became the embodiment of hope, flickering and fragile, yet refusing to be extinguished. Time seemed to pause, the universe holding its breath, waiting for the next heartbeat, the next whisper of courage. The story wasn't over, it had only just begun. The ground trembles, a low growl beneath the surface, the breath of the earth rising like a creature awakening. Shadows twist in the dim light of the oil rig, monstrous silhouettes against the crimson-streaked sky. Chaos erupts, the metallic clang of tools drops into the clamor of angry voices. A flash ignites, and in that moment, it's not just oil burning, it's dreams, lives, futures. I'm standing there, heart racing, watching as flames lick the air, consuming the hopes of 100 souls rushing to contain the inferno. "Get back! Get back," someone screams, and the sound pierces me, rooting me to this spot in the unforgiving heat, where sweat mingles with fear. Maya grips her father's hand. She's 8, with wide, innocent eyes that reflect the orange glow. "Daddy, are we going to be okay?" she whispers, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. He doesn't answer, his eyes scanning the chaos, a torrent of dread cascading through him. I see the man he used to be, the father who promised to shield her from the world's pain, now stripped bare, exposed to the harsh reality of their existence. "Just hold on, Maya. Just hold on," he mutters, and I feel the weight of his words, the desperation trapped in his throat. His name is Victor, a worker once proud, now shackled by the very resource that should bring prosperity. The oil, rich and dark, drips from his hands, it's the lifeblood of a nation, yet here, it bleeds hope dry. The flames roar, and I am swept into the past, fragments of forgotten dreams flickering like the flames themselves. I remember the day Victor secured that job, his laughter mingling with the clinking of glasses in celebration. "This is it, Maya. We'll build our future, one drop at a time," he had said, eyes sparkling, heart swelling. The taste of victory was sweet, but it curdled into bitterness as the years unfolded like a grim tapestry, woven with the threads of greed and loss. "Daddy, is it the oil?" Maya asks, her small fingers searching for clarity in the chaos. The truth is a heavy stone lodged in Victor's chest. "No, sweetheart. It's just a fire." But the lies hang in the air like the smoke that chokes the horizon, thick and suffocating. He knows it's the oil, the greed, the wars fought over it, the promises broken as easily as fragile glass. Each drop is a reminder of lives collateral in the pursuit of wealth, of power, of control. Around us, the others scramble, hearts in their throats, fear trailing behind like a shadow. I see the face of Amir, a young engineer with dreams carved from ambition. He's shouting orders, but each word spirals into a spiral of panic. "We need to evacuate." He pushes through the crowd, desperate, his golden ambitions now reduced to ashes. I remember when he spoke of the future, the brilliant ideas etched in his mind, the desire to revolutionize oil extraction, to make it safer, cleaner. But now, the dreams dissolve like smoke in the wind, swirling into the chaos. "Amir!" I shout, but the name is swallowed by the fire. I can't move. I can't breathe. I'm ensnared in the moment, where dreams die and lives intersect in the most tragic of ballets. The flames roar louder, a hungry beast, and I grasp the urgency in the air, the sickening certainty that this is only a glimpse of the devastation the oil economy births. Victor finally manages to break free from the throng. He grabs Maya and pulls her close, feeling her heartbeat against his chest. "We must go, now." His voice is hoarse, raw with emotion, as he fights against the tide of bodies pushing toward the exit. "I will protect you. I swear it." The promise hangs in the atmosphere, a thread of hope woven in desperation. But the world is not kind. It never was. The streets are filled with the cries of those who lost everything, their voices a haunting chorus echoing in the night. The oil that promised richness becomes a curse, a symbol of conflict that has turned neighbor against neighbor. We've seen it before, the limitless thirst for more, for power, for control. It consumes lives, devours innocence. I remember watching the news, the airwaves flooded with images of protests, cities ablaze over oil disputes, families torn apart by a thirst that knows no bounds. Maya looks up at her father, shadows dancing across her face, eyes wide and shimmering with unshed tears. "Why do they fight?" she asks, voice quaking. It's an innocent question, yet it cuts deep, a dagger to Victor's heart. He doesn't have an answer. How could he explain that the world spins on the axis of greed, that their very existence is tethered to a resource that fuels both dreams and nightmares? Because they think it makes them powerful, little one, he manages, each word a weight. But power comes with a cost. The words hang in the air, heavy and unyielding, as he pulls her tighter, protecting her from the chaos, from the specter of a future that feels increasingly uncertain. As the fire rages, the shadows stretch longer, creeping ever closer, and the faces around them blur into a cacophony of fear and desperation. I can feel the pulse of the earth beneath me, a reminder that beneath the chaos, there lies an unyielding truth: the oil's grip is as strong as iron, binding lives to a fate they cannot escape. And I'm left wondering, will they find their way out? Will Maya grow up in a world where the shadows of the flames no longer haunt her? Victor's heart pounds, not just from the frantic urgency of survival but from the crushing weight of the future. There's a fire within him, kindled by love, a fierce desire to shield his daughter, but the flames lick at their heels, threatening to consume all that stands in their way. I can't look away. The chaos envelops me, and I too feel the weight of the world's hunger. This isn't just about oil. It's about survival. It's about confronting the demons born from our desires. The flames dance higher, and the shadows grow longer, spilling out into the night, whispering tales of conflict and despair, leaving behind only questions. The questions that echo, haunting: where will we go from here? What will become of us? And still, the fire burns on, relentless, a reminder that the impact of oil stretches far beyond the flickering flames, threading its way into the very fabric of existence. The siren wailed, a banshee's cry slicing through the stillness of the night, shattering the fragile veil of normalcy. I stood there, breathless, as the headlights of the news van sliced through the darkness, casting long, distorted shadows that danced like specters across the pavement. Fear hung heavy in the air, pregnant with uncertainty, while the distant sounds of a chaotic world echoed around me, a world I felt both a part of and irrevocably separate from. Elena clutched her phone tightly, her knuckles white, her heart racing like a wild horse trying to escape an invisible rider. She had long chosen her battles, but tonight, as the news broke across every screen, as the talking head spun tales of heroes and monsters, she could feel the tendrils of doubt creeping in, coiling around her resolve. "It's not like that," she whispered, but the words trembled, soft and fragile against the roar of public discourse. Beside her, David shifted uncomfortably, eyes darting between the crowd and the screens illuminating the night. The image of a young boy, bloodied and bruised, flashed on the screen, the anchor's voice a relentless hammer driving nails into his conscience. "He's just a kid," David muttered, bitterness curling his lips. "They don't care." The weight of the world hung heavy on his shoulders, the suffocating pressure of obligation and guilt twisting his insides into knots. And yet, in this cacophony, I found myself transfixed, a spectator in a theater of anguish. I remembered a time before the light dimmed, before the stories turned dark and twisted. I remembered laughter, the kind that echoed through the halls of our shared memories, the way we used to believe in the goodness of people. But that goodness was evaporating, like mist in the morning sun, replaced by a narrative that twisted truth into a grotesque caricature. Why do they always make it about us? Elena's voice cracked, her vulnerability laid bare beneath the harsh glare of the cameras. We're not the story here. The weight of her words resonated, a desperate plea against the tide of sensationalism that had engulfed their lives. It was all about triumph and loss, heroes and villains, painted in stark black and white, a narrative that left no room for the beautiful chaos of humanity. As the crowd surged, a collective heartbeat, I felt their fear, their hope, their anger, all of it swirling around us like a storm. The air crackled, electric with emotion, and for a moment, we were one, a sea of faces, each grappling with our own demons. I could hear whispers, threads of fear woven into the tapestry of their thoughts. What if they come for us next? What if this is just the beginning? Fear was contagious, and it swept through the thrumming mass like wildfire. Turn it off, David urged, yet his hands remained glued to his sides, paralyzed by the tumult of his thoughts. They're feeding us lies. I could see him wrestling with his own beliefs, the weight of responsibility heavy upon him. He wanted to protect Elena, to shield her from the harsh realities that clawed at the edges of their lives, but how could he do that when the very fabric of their existence was unraveling before their eyes? Look! Elena pointed, her voice rising above the din, desperation lacing her words. The screen shifted to a wider angle, showing the boy's mother, crumpled and sobbing, a broken figure in a world that had turned unforgiving. She needs us, Elena said, but her eyes betrayed her. The narrative twisted, the media framing her as the face of grief, weaponizing her pain to elicit sympathy, to generate outrage. Why can't they see her as a person? The truth felt like a ghost lurking just beyond the edges of my vision, and I knew it was slipping away, elusive as smoke. As the camera zoomed in, I could feel the weight of the lens pressing down on her. She was no longer just a mother, but a symbol, a pawn in a game far larger than herself. The media, with its insatiable hunger, feasted upon her heartache, distorting it into a headline, a hashtag, a trend. Time seemed to stretch and contract, the moments blurring into one another as we stood there, ensnared in a web of narrative manipulation. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were all complicit in this dance of perception, caught in the throes of a cycle that demanded our engagement, our outrage, our tears. What if we're the ones who've lost our humanity? I thought, the thought echoing like a drumbeat in my mind, relentless and unforgiving. David's voice rose above the chaos, fierce and unwavering. We need to write our own story, he declared, eyes fierce with determination. Not theirs. But words were fragile, delicate as glass, and I could see the doubt creeping back into his heart. Could we ever break free from the chains of public perception, from the stories that shaped us into what we feared we might become? As I watched, the boy's mother became a symbol of loss, a vessel for our collective grief, and I felt her pain carving out a hollow space within me. Her world shattered, her voice silenced by the very thing meant to amplify it. Can you hear me? I wanted to scream, to shake the world awake. Can you see her? Can you see us? But the narrative pushed on, relentless, sprawling, consuming. It was a reminder that stories have the power to bind and break, to heal and harm. The moment hung suspended, a fragile breath caught in the throat of humanity, teetering on the edge of chaos. And as the sirens wailed in the distance, I felt the pulse of a world unraveling, a world that wasn't just losing its way, but perhaps, its very soul. The confrontation loomed, the clash of perception and reality brewing just beneath the surface, waiting to erupt, a volcano of truth ready to spew forth the ashes of our collective conscience. Elena turned to me, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and in that moment, I understood, we were all standing at the precipice, the abyss calling to us with a voice both haunting and familiar. The weight of the night pressed down, and as I breathed in the darkness, I knew that the story wasn't over. It was just beginning, a haunting echo of lives intertwined in a narrative that refused to let go. The clock struck midnight, echoing through the empty streets like an omen. Shadows danced under the dim streetlights, whispering secrets of the night. A woman stumbled, breathless, her heart pounding like a war drum, each beat a reminder of the storm that was about to break. Clara, clutching a crumpled letter in her trembling hand, felt the weight of the world's injustices pressing against her chest, tightening like a noose. She had lost everything to the shadows of power, the corruption that seeped through the cracks of society like poison through a wound. "I remember," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, as if the very act of speaking could summon the ghosts of the past, the faces of the innocent lost, the screams silenced by fear. "I remember the day they took him." The memory clawed at her throat, raw and unyielding. A slap, a shout, and then silence. Her brother, a human rights lawyer, dragged away by men in suits, their smiles razor-edged and cold. The world beyond her window continued to turn, ignorant or indifferent, as she was left to face the aftermath alone. On the other side of the city, Alex, a once idealistic journalist, sat in a dimly lit cafe, drowning in the weight of his own failures. The aroma of burnt coffee hung heavy in the air, mixing with the stale scent of desperation. He had chased the truth, but the truth had gnawed at his soul, transforming it into a bitter husk. He had witnessed atrocities, seen lives shattered like glass, yet felt powerless, trapped in a web spun by those who wielded power like a weapon. "I remember," he echoed, staring into the abyss of his cup, "the first time I saw them, the way they tortured the light out of people." Clara and Alex were worlds apart, yet bound by an unbreakable thread woven from pain, loss, and a relentless pursuit of justice. They were the echoes of a war long fought, standing against the behemoth of international indifference. Both had witnessed the law twist and contort, a fickle beast favoring those who fed it rather than those who needed it most. Clara's phone buzzed violently, a reminder of reality. It was a message from a friend. "They're coming for you, Clara. You should leave." But leaving meant abandoning the fight, and through every fiber of her being, she could not turn her back on the ghosts that haunted her. "The law is supposed to protect us," Alex whispered to himself, the irony tasting bitter on his tongue. But what happens when the law becomes the monster? He flicked through the stream of news articles on his phone, each one a dagger to his heart, a reminder of his own impotence. Justice was supposed to be black and white, but here he was, drowning in shades of grey, wondering how many innocent lives were lost before he would find the courage to expose the truth. In the quiet of the night, as if the universe held its breath, they crossed paths outside the cafe, a moment pregnant with unspoken words and shared anguish. Clara's eyes were wild, filled with a fire that ignited something deep in Alex's chest, a flicker of hope. He saw in her the determination he thought he had lost, and she saw in him the strength that could turn the tide. They were two souls adrift in a sea of despair, colliding in a moment that would alter the course of their lives forever. "What if we fight back?" Clara's voice was a challenge, a call to arms. "What if we become the voices that can't be silenced?" "I remember," Alex said, his voice tinged with hesitation. "I remember when I thought that too. But the system is rigged, Clara. We can't win." "Is that what you want?" she shot back, her eyes narrowing, filling with an intensity that burned. "To let them win? To let them drown us in silence? I won't be another ghost in their ledger." The air crackled with tension, each word a spark igniting the kindling of their shared fury. It was a moment that held the weight of the cosmos, the haunting refrain of every soul lost to tyranny echoing in their minds. The city breathed around them, alive with the heartbeat of countless stories yet untold. They could either remain trapped in the shadows or step into the light, risking everything for the sake of justice. "I remember," Clara said, her resolve hardening like steel, "the promise I made to my brother. I will not rest until I find out what happened to him. Until those who took him are held accountable." Alex felt something shift within him, a shifting tide of purpose. "Then we do it together," he said, his voice steady now, forged by the fire of her determination. "We expose the truth, whatever the cost." Together, they stood on the threshold of an uncharted battlefield, hearts pounding, minds racing. The air hummed with the energy of 1,000 dreams and nightmares, each one pulling them deeper into the fight for justice. The shadows lurked, but now they had each other. They were flawed, aching souls, not heroes, but warriors forged in the crucible of grief and despair, ready to defy a world that had forgotten how to listen. As they turned and walked into the night, the echoes of their resolve rang out, a haunting symphony of justice and accountability. In the darkness, where fear once lived, hope began to flicker. It was just the beginning, a point of no return, and the world would soon bear witness to the storm they were about to unleash. In that moment, the cosmos aligned, and the clock ticked on, reminding them that time was relentless, and the fight for justice was never truly over. It was a cruel paradox of existence, but they would push forward into the unknown, the weight of their burdens transforming into an unbreakable chain, binding them to each other, to the cause, and to the countless souls who had dared to dream of justice in a world shrouded in darkness. A cold wind slithers through the alley, whispering secrets of desperation and despair. Somewhere in the shadows lurks a figure, Ahmed, his breath heavy with the weight of choices he never thought he'd face. He grips the crumpled leaflet in his hand, the ink still fresh, words like daggers piercing the fog of his mind. Join us, it promises. Find purpose. The echo of distant sirens wails a haunting lullaby, mixing with the frantic rhythm of his heartbeat, a pulse that quickens with every fleeting thought of what could be. I can feel the chill seep into my bones too, as I watch from the sidelines, an unwilling spectator to a drama that feels all too familiar. I remember when it was different. I remember when Ahmed was just a kid, full of laughter and dreams, not yet shadowed by the suffocating grip of loneliness and rage. The boy whose eyes sparkled with hope now dances on a precipice, teetering between the innocence of youth and the abyss of radicalization. Across the street, Maya stands, her chest tight with worry, watching her brother slip deeper into a world that promises power but delivers only pain. She's the anchor in the storm, desperately trying to pull him back. Her heart pounds with a fierce rhythm, a drum of defiance that begs him to see reason. Ahmed, please. The words spill from her lips, but they feel weightless, lost in the cacophony of his emerging identity. A breath taken too late. Time is a cruel trickster as it stretches and warps. I remember that night we sat under the stars, sharing dreams of a brighter future. They felt so tangible then, like the cosmos was within reach, and now they're slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. You don't understand, he had shouted, his voice cracking, a fragile glass about to shatter. They don't listen to us. The desperation in his eyes was a mirror reflecting a society that had turned its back on him. The city has a heartbeat, a pulse that throbs in the darkness, and it thrums with the resonant echoes of despair. It cloaks the streets in shadows, where whispers of extremism grow like weeds in a neglected garden. I can see the faces of those who once offered him solace, now twisted into masks of fear and distrust. They don't know the Ahmed I remember. They see a threat, a potential, a monster waiting to be unleashed. One night, under the flickering streetlights, Maya finds him pacing, his hands trembling, eyes wild with confusion. You're losing yourself, she implores, stepping forward, her heart a fragile bird fluttering against its cage. You don't need them. You have me. Her voice cracks like thunder, and for a moment, he falters, the tempest within him momentarily quieted by her desperation. But the darkness is seductive, wrapping itself around his heart like vines creeping up a forgotten wall. Do you think I want this? He spits, and the pain in his voice cuts deeper than any blade. Look around. They made me this way. The bitterness spills from him, a raw wound laid bare for her to see. It's a truth that burns, that festers, a belief that the world has conspired against him, molding his anger into a weapon. As the sun dips below the horizon, the city glows with a sinister light, shadows stretching, morphing into unsettling shapes. I watch Maya's resolve harden, her back straightening against the weight of despair. The refusal to accept defeat ignites something within her. I won't let you go down this path, she vows, a warrior spirit rising to the surface. But a warrior's heart can only withstand so much, and I sense the frailty beneath her fierce exterior. Days blur into nights, a relentless cycle filled with tension and unspoken fears. Ahmed, consumed by a hunger for belonging, seeks out the shadows that promise camaraderie but deliver only chains. He immerses himself deeper, each step further from Maya's outstretched hand. I remember sitting on the swing set with them, laughter echoing into the still night, dreams intertwining like fireflies in the dark. That innocence is a ghost now, haunting the spaces between their hearts. The world outside is a ticking clock, each second a reminder of how close they are to the edge. You have to see it. Ahmed screams one night, pacing like a caged animal, eyes ablaze with fervor. They don't care about us. They only want to silence us. But each accusation is a dagger buried deeper into Maya's heart, and her voice trembles. You're not alone, Ahmed. You never were. The confrontation looms, electric and agonizing, a storm building in the silence. Their lives teeter on a razor's edge, the air thick with unspoken words and unresolved pain. I can feel the tension crackling like static in the air, the weight of their shared history pressing down, heavy and suffocating. He stands at the crossroads, a ghost of his former self, teetering on the brink, one step toward the abyss, and all hope is lost. I remember when we were kids, he chokes out, echoing the memories that bind them. When did we become this? Maya's heart shatters at his words. It's not too late, she pleads, reaching out, fingers brushing against the frayed edges of his resolve. You can still choose. You're stronger than this. In that moment, everything hangs suspended, a breath caught between two worlds, two choices. The shadows whisper promises of false power and hollow victories, while the light calls him back, a flicker of love and understanding. With every heartbeat, the city watches, an indifferent spectator to this emotional war. Time feels infinite, yet it is fleeting, racing toward a climax that neither of them is ready for. I can feel it, the air thickening, the tension rising. Suddenly, the moment breaks, a raw scream tearing through the silence, as Ahmed steps back, caught in the riptide of conflicting emotions. But in that scream lies no resolution, only the haunting echo of choices yet to be made. The darkness looms, ready to engulf him whole, while a sliver of hope flickers in Maya's desperate gaze. The clock ticks on, but there are no answers, only the throbbing pulse of their unending struggle against the encroaching shadows. And as they stand on the precipice of something vast and terrifying, the city breathes, an unwitting witness to the dance of extremism and radicalization. Time stretches, and the echoes of their haunting choices ripple outward, a ghostly reminder that the battle is far from over. It never ends. It spirals into an uncertain future where hope and despair entwine, waiting for the next heartbeat to break the silence. A heavy silence draped over the dilapidated room, pierced only by the staccato of a clock ticking mercilessly. Each tick carried the weight of an unsaid promise, a sorrow wrapped in shadows. Marisol stood there, her heart pounding like a battle drum, each beat sending tremors through her frail frame. She clutched a worn photograph in her trembling hands, three faces beaming in a sunlit garden, unaware of the storm that loomed just beyond their laughter. I remember the way the sunlight danced in her daughter's eyes, the softness of her mother's hand brushing against her cheek, the warmth of a home that felt like a distant memory now. Outside, the world had erupted into chaos. Voices raised in defiance, the sound of footsteps marching, the smell of smoke curling through the air like a serpent, tightening around her throat. Marisol pressed the photograph to her chest, as if it could shield her from the shadows creeping closer. I remember the first time her daughter asked about the women who changed the world, who stood tall against all odds. They fought like dragons, Mama, the little girl had declared, her eyes alight with dreams. Dreams that now felt like whispers lost in the wind. 2 streets over, Lila faced her own storm. She stood in the doorway of a crumbling building, a makeshift barricade of broken furniture behind her. Sweat trickled down her brow, mingling with the dirt on her cheeks, each smudge a testament to her struggle, her relentless spirit. Her heart raced not just from fear, but from a fierce resolve, a flame igniting in the depths of her being. I remember the echo of her grandmother's voice, telling tales of women who rose from the ashes, who wielded power in silence, who turned the tide in their favor with sheer will. Lila could almost feel her grandmother's presence, urging her forward. You are more than they say you are. Across the room, a faint wail pierced the air, an infant, hungry, desperate. Lila felt the pull of that cry, a reminder of the future waiting to be claimed. She would not let it slip through her fingers. Not now, not ever. The walls around her felt like a cage, but she was not a bird waiting to be freed, she was a lioness stalking through the tall grass, poised to protect her cubs. I remember the way fear could twist into something sharper, a blade that could cut through lethargy and ignite purpose. With one last glance at the barricade, she moved. Meanwhile, the street surged with a tide of bodies, a sea of faces twisted in rage and despair. Marisol's breath hitched as she stepped onto the balcony, barely able to comprehend the ferocity below. She felt the pulse of their anger echoing in her veins, a collective heartbeat, a symphony of resistance. I remember the stories shared in hushed tones over candlelight, the laughter of women drawing strength from one another. Their whispers had woven a tapestry of dreams, each thread a story of survival, each not a vow to fight. A figure emerged from the crowd, a woman draped in a cloak of defiance, her eyes burning with a fire that had been kindled through generations. Marisol recognized that fire. It was a reflection of her own spirit, a spark ready to erupt. "What are we without our voices?" the woman cried, her words slicing through the air like glass. "What is the world if we remain silent?" And in that moment, Marisol felt the chains of doubt shatter. She could not remain a ghost haunting her own life. I remember her daughter's laughter, the promise of a better tomorrow, the weight of legacy resting on her shoulders. She stepped back inside, her heart thrumming with purpose, the photograph clutched tightly, a talisman of hope. Lila fought her way through the crowd, the energy surging around her like a storm. The tension was thick, palpable, electrifying. I remember the night spent dreaming of this very moment, of standing shoulder to shoulder with women who refused to be silenced. Each face illuminated by the flickering fire of rebellion, every heartbeat a declaration of strength. The past wrapped around her like a shroud, urging her on. With a fierce cry, Lila raised her voice, joining the chorus of resistance. Her words blended with the shouts of countless others, a cacophony of defiance that surged through the air like wildfire. "We are the daughters of warriors. We will not back down." Each word was a hammer striking the anvil of oppression, forging a new reality, one where they would not be mere shadows in the corners of history. Back on the balcony, Marisol could feel the heat of the crowd radiating upwards, a living entity, a force that could move mountains. She closed her eyes, letting the sound wash over her, a wave of raw emotion crashing against her soul. I remember the first time she had felt the fire of hope ignite within her. It had been small, a flicker, but it had grown, and now it roared like a bonfire, illuminating the darkness that threatened to consume her. The clock still ticked. A reminder that time was relentless, but so were they. She stepped back, as if instinctively knowing that this was not the end, but a beginning. The voices below were a siren song, calling her to join them, to add her own heartbeat to the growing symphony of resistance. And just like that, the moment shattered, the worlds of Marisol and Lila colliding in an explosion of purpose and passion, forever intertwining their fates. In the depths of despair, they found each other, two souls bound by a shared fire, igniting the spark of revolution. The city pulsed beneath them, a heartbeat of resilience echoing through the night, each thump a promise that they would rise, that they would not be forgotten. I remember the weight of their choices, the faces of those who came before them, the dreams that danced in the shadows waiting to be claimed. The moment stretched infinitely, a breath held in anticipation, the world poised on the brink of change. The air hangs thick, like the moment before a storm breaks, the stillness swallowing sound. A lone figure stands at the edge of a shattered street, a city once alive now cloaked in silence. Gritty rubble crunches beneath her feet, each step a reminder of what was lost. Myra, a girl sculpted from fear and longing, scans the horizon, searching for ghosts of laughter and warmth. She remembers the markets bursting with color, the scent of spices dancing in the air. She remembers the laughter of her brother, Adam, a melody that still echoes in her mind, though he is gone, dissolved into the chaos. They took him first. The soldiers, with their hollow eyes and booming voices, stripped her family of its core, scattering them like leaves in a tempest. Now, as she stands there, a shadow of her former self, Myra can feel the weight of her cultural heritage, a double-edged sword. It binds her to the past but also reminds her of the fractures that mar her identity. She clutches a small piece of broken pottery in her hand, a remnant of a family meal, the last warm gathering, now lost to the cacophony of war. How could something so trivial feel so sacred? A ceramic shard, a fragment of home, and yet, it feels like the universe cradling her own broken dreams. Behind her, Adam's favorite scarf flutters from a nearby branch, a vibrant splash of color in a world turned monochrome. It whispers to her, a gentle reminder of summer afternoons spent under the sun, of the dreams they wove together. The scarf, now frayed, tells a story of resilience, of a bond that the violence of conflict can fray but not sever. She remembers his laughter as he twirled it around her neck, the warmth of those moments now a bittersweet ache. But the shadows are closing in, a thick fog of anxiety that clouds her thoughts. The hills, once idyllic with rolling verdant patches, have transformed into a predator's lair, hiding dangers in every crevice. Myra's heart pounds like a drum, a relentless rhythm echoing her fear. She knows the stories, the ones her grandmother whispered at dusk. Tales of ancestors who fought to preserve their identity, who clung to their cultural treasures as if they were life itself. They were woven into the very fabric of her being, yet their legacy now feels like an anchor, dragging her down into despair. And then there's Amir, standing just a breath away from her, a boy who wears his grief like a shroud. He is a mirror of her pain, reflecting the same haunting loss in his eyes. His family was torn apart, his father, a scholar, taken for speaking truths that cut too deep. Amir clutches a battered book, pages yellowed and torn, a remnant of the library where he once found solace. The words within them are entangled with the essence of who he was before the world came crashing down. Each page, a whisper of knowledge, a fragment of peace, now weaponized against him, turned into a target in a war that knows no boundaries. Their lives, once painted in vibrant hues, are now a monochromatic struggle against an unseen enemy. They wander through the ruins together, two souls intertwined by shared sorrow, searching for remnants of identity amid the ashes. They talk in fragments, piecing together memories like a jigsaw puzzle with missing parts. I remember the way the sun cast shadows through the trees, Myra murmurs, the words escaping her lips like a prayer, a mantra against the encroaching darkness. Do you remember the festival? Amir's voice quivers, the question hanging in the air like a ghost. The drums, the dance, our families together. The memories wash over them, a flood of warmth that feels almost impossible in this cold world. But then reality crashes in, furious and unyielding. An explosion rips through the air, a sound that vibrates in her bones, reminding her that the fight for identity is a battle waged not just in the heart, but on the very soil they stand upon. The ground trembles, and Myra grips Amir's arm, a lifeline in a sea of chaos. The pulse of their city, the heart that once beat with culture and pride, is now an echo of destruction, the ghosts of their ancestors crying out for justice. Amir's eyes spark with a mix of fear and defiance. We can't let them erase us, he growls, the fire in his spirit igniting something deep within Myra. They are not just bodies wandering through the remnants of a once vibrant world, they are the keepers of their culture, the bearers of stories that refuse to fade. Through the chaos, Myra and Amir form a pact, a silent agreement that transcends words. They will not allow their cultural heritage to be obliterated. They will rise, they will resist, and they will remember. Together, they gather the pieces of their fractured identities, the stories, the laughter, the love, and hold them close, like fragile artifacts in a museum of the heart. As the dust settles around them, they stand amidst the ruins, defined not just by what has been taken but by what they refuse to relinquish. The past pulses through them, vibrant and alive, propelling them toward a future that remains uncertain yet beckons with the promise of resilience. The night stretches long, the stars blink above like distant memories, reminding them that even in the darkest hours, hope flickers. Myra and Amir, bound by their pain, become a beacon of resistance, a testament to the power of identity forged in the fires of conflict. They will carry the weight of their history like a torch, illuminating the shadows, refusing to let their cultural heritage fade into the silence. And as the clock ticks, the world's heartbeat echoes, each second a reminder that their story is far from over. The city may crumble, the shadows may loom, but their identities will reverberate through time, a haunting melody that lingers long after the last note is played. In the space where hope meets despair, they stand resolute, ready to face whatever lies ahead, knowing that they are not alone. They remember, they remember. The bomb detonates, a hollow thunderclap in a city once bursting with laughter. I stand, frozen, amidst the chaos, a petrified statue in a gallery of horrors. Smoke coils like the fingers of a ghost, reaching, suffocating, and I can almost taste the metallic tang of despair in the air. The cries of the wounded pierce through the haze, a chilling symphony of anguish that hangs heavy over the rubble. Each shout is a dagger, each whimper a haunting note, resonating in my chest. I remember my brother's face, how it would light up with the simplest joys, a street vendor's fruit stall, the laughter of children weaving through the streets. Now, the streets lay bare, stripped of innocence, and I clutch my phone, its screen aglow with messages from the NGO I volunteer for, each ping an echo of hope battling against the overwhelming tide of despair. Lila, a fierce spirit with laughter like wind chimes in a summer breeze, stares at the devastation, her eyes wells of sorrow. She is a fighter, but today, she feels small, like a child lost in a forest of giants. She grips a clipboard as if it could shield her from the horror unfolding before us. We have to help them, she whispers, each word a prayer, a mantra repeating in the chaos. Lila believes in the power of people, the strength of community, but today, even her unyielding faith falters under the weight of reality. She glances at the scene, a mingling of fear and resolve etched on her face. What if it's not enough? I want to reach for her, to assure her that hope is a flame that flickers even in the darkest corners, but my heart feels like lead, anchoring me in place. It's a familiar ache, this struggle against the tides of despair. I think of my mother, her hands worn and calloused from years of toil, always stitching together pieces of a life that felt like a patchwork quilt ready to unravel. You never stop fighting, she taught me. But what does it mean to fight when the very ground shifts beneath your feet? Against the backdrop of chaos, I notice Amir, his hands trembling as he pulls a blanket over a child too still, too quiet. He's a teacher, once full of stories and laughter, now a shadow of his former self. I see the weight of loss in his eyes, the brutal reality of a world that has taken too much. I can't do this anymore, he murmurs, his voice cracking. What's the point? His words cut deep, carving out a hollow space in my chest. I remember a time when he would recite Shakespeare under the stars, laughter spilling into the night like warm honey. Now, he stands amongst ruins, his spirit crushed under the weight of hopelessness. Amir! My voice is a fragile thread, pulling him back from the abyss. We can't give up. Not now. Not ever. But I see him, his gaze distant, lost in the memories of what was, what could have been. The dreams we had woven together feel like ghosts now, haunting our every step. The silence that blankets the city is deafening, the ghosts of our hopes swirling around us, whispering of battles fought and lost. We work, we toil, gathering supplies, tending to wounds, our hands moving with urgency as if time itself is a predator, lurking, ready to pounce. The adrenaline masks the fear, yet every heartbeat reminds me, every life saved is a stolen moment from the unforgiving hands of fate. Lila's laughter once rang freely, wild and uncontained, but now it's a shadow, an echo of a life before. Yet, as we distribute food and blankets, a flicker of light ignites in her eyes. Look, she says, pointing to a group of children, their faces smudged with dirt but alive with laughter. We're making a difference. It's a small victory, but in this hellscape, it feels monumental. I see the resilience of humanity rise, cracks of light piercing through the darkness, illuminating the shadows that threaten to consume us whole. Yes, I breathe, feeling the warmth of hope swell in my chest, beating in time with the laughter of those children. But the darkness is relentless. That night, as we huddle under the stars, the haunting echoes of sirens fill the air, a grim reminder that peace is a fragile illusion, a ghost we chase but cannot grasp. The shadows dance, whispering secrets in a language we can't comprehend. Amir sits beside us, his shoulders heavy with doubt. What happens when the supplies run out? When the laughter fades? His voice trembles, a fragile thread hanging between despair and resilience. Lila takes his hand, her grip firm, a lifeline in a stormy sea. As long as we stand together, as long as we fight, there's always hope. There's always a chance. The words hang between us, a fragile promise, a tether to the light that flickers in the distance. But I know, hope is a thread, a whisper in the dark, and sometimes, it takes everything to keep it alive. I look up at the stars, the cosmos, an infinite canvas of dreams, and wonder if they too bear witness to our struggle. The clock ticks, each moment a reminder of urgency, of lives slipping through our fingers like sand. I remember the laughter of children, the warmth of community, and realize the fight does not belong to us alone. It is a collective heartbeat, a symphony of voices rising against the tide. And in this moment, as shadows loom and sirens wail, I know we will not be silent. Together, we'll weave a tapestry of resilience, of community, of a future. Together, we'll embrace the chaos and fashion it into something beautiful. The fight for peace is relentless, just as relentless as the shadows that haunt us. But in the heart of darkness, we will shine, flickers of light defiant against the night. I grasp Lila's hand, the warmth a reminder that we are not alone. We are warriors, dreamers, fragments of hope stitched together in an unbreakable bond. The fight continues, an unyielding force against the encroaching shadows, a dance of light and darkness that will never cease. The air hums with the tension of unspoken words, and as I close my eyes, I listen. I hear the whispers of our past, the echoes of the future, and the promise of peace that lingers just beyond the horizon. Time slithers forward, and we will not yield. The clock ticks, the night deepens, but we are here. We are alive. And together, we will keep the flame burning. The air was electric, thick with the weight of unspoken words and the ghosts of 1,000 unanswered prayers. I stood there, breathless, watching the sun dip beneath the jagged skyline of Jerusalem, turning the stones of the old city gold, then blood red, just like the emotions raging within me. It was a scene so beautiful it hurt, yet I felt the darkness creeping in, a reminder of what this beauty often cost. The cries of children echoed in the twilight, laughter mingling with distant shouts, like shards of glass cutting through the fabric of a fragile piece. Across the crowded square, I saw Noah, her eyes sharp, catching the light as she scanned the faces around her. Her heart was heavy, burdened by the weight of history and the stark reality of the present. She was a firebrand, a journalist chasing stories that hung like smoke in the air, elusive and maddening. Today, she was chasing more than stories, she was chasing hope, but hope was a slippery thing, often drenched in betrayal. She was fierce, angry, and oh so tired. I could see it in her clenched fists, her jaw set like granite. And then there was Amir, standing a few paces behind her, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. He was a soldier, his uniform crisp yet worn like the edges of his spirit. He had seen too much and felt too little, caught in a cycle that twisted his soul into something unrecognizable. I watched him glance at Noah, his heart a pendulum swinging between duty and desire, each beat a reminder of the chasm that separated them. They shared the same air, the same city, yet they felt like planets on collision courses, pulled apart by gravity, by history, by the very essence of what it meant to belong. The tension crackled, palpable, as Noah shouted into the cacophony, demanding answers, demanding truth. "Is this what we've come to?" Her voice cut through the noise like a blade, raw and trembling with passion. Living in a world where the future is dictated by walls and barbed wire? Where children are born into a struggle they never asked for? People turn to her, their faces a mosaic of confusion and recognition, like pieces of a shattered mirror reflecting fragments of their shared plight. I remember the way Amir's eyes softened as he watched her, a flicker of admiration mingling with dread. His heart was a fortress, built to withstand the storms of war, but here, in the presence of Noah, it was vulnerable. I could see him fighting against the pull to move closer, to comfort her, to tell her it would be okay, though deep down, he knew it would never be. "We can't just keep talking," he finally replied, his voice a low rumble, as if the weight of his uniform pressed against him. "Words don't change the reality. They don't bring back the dead." The silence that followed was so profound it felt like the universe held its breath, a moment suspended in time, an aching pause where hope and despair collided. I felt it in the pit of my stomach, the realization that each word exchanged was a step closer to the precipice. I remember the shadows that danced along the stone walls, whispering secrets of the past, ghosts of countless lives lost, hopes shattered, dreams deferred. The two-state solution loomed above us like a specter, a promise long broken, a flame flickering in the wind. As night fell, the city transformed. The streets pulsed with life, yet beneath the surface, there was an undercurrent of fear. I watched as Noah navigated the crowd, her determination fierce and intoxicating. She approached a group of young activists, their faces painted with the fervor of youth, the naive hope of a better future. "What do you want?" she asked, voice steady, but I could see the tremor beneath. "What does freedom look like to you?" Their responses were a chorus of passionate dreams, but each word felt laced with despair, a reminder that dreams are often eclipsed by reality. "We want to live. We want to love. We want our families to be safe," they shouted, voices rising, but with each phrase, I could feel the weight of history pressing down. They were fighting for a future, yet the past clawed at their heels, an eternal cycle that seemed impossible to break. I remember the moment Amir stepped forward, breaking through the crowd like a wave crashing against the shore. "And what if freedom means leaving behind everything you've ever known?" he challenged, his voice a mixture of anger and vulnerability. "What if it means letting go of the very identity you were born into?" The silence that followed was deafening, and for a heartbeat, I could feel the world tremble, caught in a balance of possibility and destruction. Noah's eyes bore into Amir's, a storm brewing between them, a tempest of emotions that no one else could understand. "It means creating something new," she replied, the fire in her voice igniting the air around us, sparking something deep within me. "It means building a future where both of our stories matter. Where we don't have to choose between who we are and who we want to be." The crowd surged, their voices rising in a fever pitch, a collective heartbeat echoing through the night. I felt the energy crackling, the fierce longing for something more, and I knew this was the moment where change could be born. The two-state solution dangled before us like a mirage, tantalizing yet elusive. Every heartbeat screamed for unity, yet the chasm between them widened, each unsaid word a brick in the wall that divided their souls. I remember that moment, raw and unyielding, a moment that didn't just belong to Noah or Amir, but to all of us. The night wrapped around us like a cloak, heavy with the weight of unfulfilled promises and buried dreams, yet somehow filled with the faint glimmer of possibility. Here we stood, on the brink of something monumental, something terrifying. Hope, ever the stranger, lingered in the shadows, teasing us with the promise of what could be, even as the specter of what was loomed large. And in that moment, I realized, the story was far from over. The clash of hearts, the battle of identities, the echoes of history tugging at our sleeves, this was only the beginning. The horizon lay ahead, veiled in uncertainty, yet alive with the pulse of a million dreams fighting to be born. The night was heavy, thick with possibility, and as the stars began to blink awake, I knew we were standing on the cusp of a reckoning, a storm brewing just beyond the horizon. The sky hangs heavy, bruised and grey, the air thick with a silence that feels alive, suffocating. Just beyond the crumbled walls of a once bustling market, a woman kneels in the dirt, hands trembling, cradling a photograph like it's the last thread of her shattered life. Fatima's tears glisten like tiny shards of glass, catching the dim light between breaths, between memories of laughter that now echo in the void. I remember the scent of spices, the laughter of children, the warmth of her mother's embrace, but those moments are ghosts now, fading silhouettes against the stark reality of a world unspooled. "Yusuf," she cries, her voice cracking like a brittle branch. "Come back to me." But the name hangs, suspended in the air, swallowed by the chaos of a distant explosion that sends tremors through her fragile heart. She clutches the photograph tighter, a snapshot of a boy with wild hair and a crooked grin, unblemished by the weight of the world. That boy, her son, has become an unsolvable riddle, lost in the labyrinthine streets of a city that now feels like a tomb. Yusuf. The name tastes sweet and sour on her tongue, a melody twisted into a dirge. She remembers the day he left, eyes bright with hope, dreams larger than life, a child on the cusp of becoming someone, somewhere, beyond the shadow of war. "I'll be back, Mama," he had said, that grin wide enough to hold the sun, but the sun doesn't shine here anymore. It's dusk, always dusk, and the darkness creeps in with a promise of unending despair. A stone's throw away, Amir watches from the shadows, his heart a battlefield scarred by conflict. He's hiding, his hands shaking not from fear but from rage, raw and unfiltered. He remembers when he believed he could change the world, when a fist raised in defiance felt more powerful than a gun. "What have they done to us?" he mutters, bitterness pooling in his throat. The faces of comrades flash through his mind, friends who didn't make it, sacrifices made on the altar of dreams turned nightmares. He thinks of the alliances that shift like sand, like the loyalty of shadows in the twilight. America, Russia, China, their names are whispered like curses, drifting through the air thick with deceit. Power is a cruel mistress, and Amir's been left behind, a pawn in a game played by those who sit far away, sipping wine while cities burn. He can taste the ashes on his lips, the residue of broken promises. Each explosion in the distance pulls him closer to the edge, a tightrope walker above a pit of uncertainty. He glances at Fatima, her sorrow palpable, and something inside him stirs, a flicker of hope, a whisper of a plan. Together, he thinks, we can find him. We can turn the tide. But the weight of that thought crushes him, for he knows the odds, the way hope can twist into despair as easily as a knife slips into flesh. Where are you? Fatima's voice cuts through his thoughts, raw and unguarded, a plea that slices deeper than any shrapnel. He steps closer, drawn into her orbit. He's out there, he says, more to himself than to her, we will find him. There's a fire in her eyes, a flicker of something that feels like life among the ashes. He realizes he's not just standing in the shadows, he's become a part of her story, their paths entwined by the cruel threads of fate. But there's a darkness, a tension that wraps around them, something unspoken. The city breathes with the pulsing heart of despair, and with every siren that wails, they feel the world closing in. Someone is watching, lurking behind the walls, ready to strike, ready to extinguish that flickering flame of hope. But in their desperation, they are more alive than ever, each breath a rebellion against the crushing weight of hopelessness. Every moment is a choice, Fatima whispers, her voice trembling but fierce. We can either let it drown us or rise above. Amir nods, feeling the weight of her words. They can't let the shadows take them, they won't go quietly into the night. The time for silence is over. She stands, dusting off her knees, determination hardening her features. In that heartbeat of decision, the echoes of the past collide with the present, a cacophony of memories and dreams haunted by the ghosts of what could have been. The clock is ticking, each second a reminder of what they stand to lose. The world outside is a kaleidoscope of chaos, yet here, in the space between them, a fragile bond is forged, a lifeline against the storm. And then it arrives, an explosion that rocks the ground beneath their feet, a thunderclap reverberating through the very marrow of their bones. The air turns electric, charged with fear and adrenaline. They exchange a glance, a silent promise flaring between them, igniting a spark. The city is a labyrinth, and they must navigate it together. The ghosts of the past linger, casting long shadows while the future looms above them like a storm cloud, pregnant with uncertainty. But in that shared heartbeat, they stand against the tide, refusing to be swept away. They step forward, one foot into the dark, one foot still grasping the light. They are not just fighting for survival, they are fighting for each other, for every lost soul buried beneath the rubble, a collective heartbeat in a world that seems to have forgotten how to live. And as they move through the chaos, the tension thickens, a taut string ready to snap. The air crackles with unspoken words, each moment pregnant with possibility, with dread, a relentless tide pulling them under or pushing them forward. They walk into the unknown, the night swallowing them whole, and it feels like the beginning of everything. The clock ticked ominously in the dimly lit room, a harsh metronome marking the heartbeat of desperation. Outside, the world was a cacophony of shouting voices and the distant crackle of gunfire. Inside, three souls were locked in a dance of anguish, each step a testament to failure, betrayal, and the haunting specter of sectarianism. I remember the moment the walls seemed to close in, the air thick with the stench of sweat and fear. Sanaa, her dark curls wild, stood by the window, her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She was a flame flickering in the wind, a firebrand of hope trapped in a storm of despair. They won't stop, she whispered, her voice trembling like the fragile glass surrounding us. They think we're nothing but shadows. But I refuse to be a ghost. In that instant, the weight of her words pierced through the chaos. I felt it, an echo of a past I had tried to forget, where divisions were drawn not by borders, but by blood. I remembered my brother, how laughter used to fill our home before the world turned dark, before the lines of loyalty blurred into a suffocating black. Across the room, Feud paced like a caged animal, the anguish in his eyes reflecting the chaos outside. "We have to choose a side," he said, voice low and ragged, as if each word was a shrapnel of his crumbling resolve. "Either we join them or we become the next victims." The truth hung heavy in the air, a leaden weight that threatened to crush us all. I felt his desperation, a raw nerve exposed to the world. The pain of his decisions was a familiar ache, even as the shadows of doubt loomed larger. The past was a haunting specter at his shoulder, whispering the names of fallen friends, the echoes of promises made in the heat of battle now turned to dust. "Sonar," he pleaded, "they're out there killing each other, and we're stuck here, paralyzed. If we don't act now, it'll be too late." I could see the flickering light of her hope dimming, replaced by the cold grip of fear. And what if we choose wrong? What if we become just another part of the cycle of violence? The silence that followed was suffocating, a heavy cloak draped over our shoulders. In that moment, the world outside felt like a distant storm, the rumble of thunder carried on the wind. I remembered standing by the river, watching the water twist and turn, always moving, always changing. Why couldn't we be like that? Yet, I felt the truth that was not just mine, but ours, a collective wound that had festered over generations. Each heartbeat was a reminder of the blood spilled, the lives lost, and the love twisted into hate. The whispers of our ancestors echoed through the walls, a chorus of deep-seated pain. "What if we don't choose at all?" I asked, the words tumbling out like stones thrown into a quiet pond, rippling into the silence. "What if we just refuse to play their game?" Sonar's eyes widened, hope igniting like a match in the dark. Feud stopped pacing, his breath heavy as he processed the idea. "You mean, we fight against the fight?" "Yes," I said, urgency flooding my veins. "We don't have to add to the madness. We can create a new path, one that shatters the chains of sectarianism." The air crackled with possibilities, a charged tension that electrified our surroundings. The shadows that once felt suffocating now began to shift, transforming into whispers of resilience. Hope was a fragile thing, but it glimmered in Sonar's eyes, her flame flickering defiantly against the storm. Yet, outside, the shouting grew louder, a primal scream demanding allegiance. The clock kept ticking, a relentless reminder of our own mortality. "If we're going to do this, we need to act fast," Feud said, the determination setting his jaw. "We need allies. We need to find others who feel this way." I nodded, the gravity of our plan settling over us like a heavy shroud. But trust is a fragile thing, especially now. How do we convince others that a different path exists? "By showing them," Sonar said, her voice a whisper that echoed with conviction. "We have to prove that there's room for everyone, not just the loudest voices." In that moment, I felt the cosmos shift, a fleeting glimpse of a future where sectarianism was not the only narrative. Images of laughter around a shared meal, hands reaching across divides, faces of children unburdened by the scars of history. A vision so beautiful it hurt. Yet, as the first rays of dawn began to break through the curtains, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, I felt the chill of reality creeping back in. "But the clock is ticking, and every second counts," I murmured, my heart racing with the weight of our decision. "This is just the beginning," Feud said, stepping closer, a fierce light in his eyes. "We have a chance to change the narrative. No more ghosts." And with that, we stood on the precipice of transformation, our resolve intertwining like roots of an ancient tree, reaching for the light. But I knew, deep down, that the path ahead would be fraught with peril, the echoes of the past ever present. As the sun rose, casting long shadows across the room, we knew we were no longer just spectators in a story written by others. We were the authors of our fate, armed with the fragile flame of hope, ready to carve a future from the ashes of sectarianism. And in that moment, amidst the chaos and uncertainty, we realized there was no turning back. The world outside was waiting. The storm was coming, but so was our chance. And so, we stepped out into the light, hearts pounding like war drums, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The sirens wailed like banshees, a haunting symphony in the suffocating air. I could feel the vibrations beneath my feet, pounding, pounding, like a warning drum, echoing in the hollowed recesses of my chest. It was a Friday evening, and the streets of Beirut were alive, but not with the joy of freedom. No, it was something else. Fear. An urgent pulse thrummed through the heart of the city, and I stood there, frozen, with my heart racing faster than the chaos that swirled around me. I remember the darkness creeping in, the way the alleyways twisted like shadows of despair. The dampness clung to my skin, but it was nothing compared to the weight of the moment. A single shot rang out, and I jumped as if struck by lightning. My breath caught in my throat. Bodies scattered like leaves caught in a tempest, fear spreading like wildfire, consuming everything in its path. And then there was Sarah. She stood at the front of the crowd, arms raised high, her voice cutting through the air like a blade. "We are not afraid," she cried, a fierce determination igniting her emerald eyes. She was only 20, but there was an ancient wisdom in her defiance. Her heart beat with the echoes of history, her veins pulsing with the fire of generations before us. But still, I saw the flicker of doubt, the crack in her armor. She was grappling with the enormity of it all, the weight of a revolution pressing down on shoulders barely strong enough to carry the burden. Beside her was Amir, his face pale, yet his resolve burning steadily within. He held a crumpled poster in trembling hands, a symbol of hope, a promise of change. "This isn't enough," he murmured, almost to himself, the words trailing off into the suffocating silence that followed the chaos. The poster bore the image of a phoenix, rising from ashes, but Amir felt more like the ashes, scattered and forgotten. He had once dreamed of becoming a painter, his canvas filled with the vibrancy of life, but now all his colors bled together, gray and grim under the weight of oppression. What did it mean to fight for a future? What if the future was just more of the same? I watched as he crushed the paper in his fist, a fragment of a dream slipping through his fingers. "I remember," he whispered, "when we used to laugh without fear." His eyes glistened, betraying a vulnerability that belied his efforts to remain strong. The tension thickened, it was palpable, a living thing. I could hear the distant crumbling of dreams in the distance, the shouts of despair rising and falling like waves crashing against jagged rocks. "Look!" Sarah shouted, pointing to a group of protesters marching toward us, banners flying, a sea of faces determined and fierce. But I saw in her gaze a flicker of doubt mingled with fear. What if this was it? What if their voices went unheard? Is this how it ends? Amir's voice broke through the chorus of rising shouts. With a shouting into the void. The palpable fear of the unknown gripped him, and I felt it, too, tightening around my chest like a vice. The night descended like a shroud, the stars hidden behind clouds of smoke rising from the streets. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, the ghosts of those who fought before us whispering their regrets, their dreams unfulfilled. What if we fail? Amir's voice trembled, and the question hung heavy in the air. "Failure isn't an option," Sarah replied, her voice fierce like a lioness protecting her cubs. Yet, even as she spoke, I saw the tremor in her hands. She was a warrior on the outside, but inside, the echoes of doubt gnawed at her resolve. I wanted to reach out, to pull them both back from the edge, from the spiraling uncertainty that threatened to engulf us. "I remember," I whispered, not just to them but to the night, to the city, to the ghosts that lingered in the shadows. I remember the dreams we had, the laughter, the lightness before the storm. The sounds around us morphed into an eerie silence, a pause before the inevitable clash. In that moment, time felt suspended, as if the world was holding its breath, waiting for us to make a choice. A fire ignited within me, an insistent pulse that refused to die. I could see the flickering light in Sarah's eyes, the soft glow of hope fighting against the encroaching darkness. "What if we are the change?" I shouted, my voice breaking through the silence, raw and unpolished. "What if we rise? Together?" And just like that, I felt the energy shifting, the crowd taking a breath, tension morphing into something fierce and alive. The moment crystallized, it was a heartbeat, a shared pulse of determination. I could feel it, the energy swirling around us, an electric current coursing through the air, igniting the spark of rebellion. But as quickly as it blossomed, the shadows loomed closer, dark and oppressive. The The sirens wailed again, this time more insistent, a reminder that we were not alone in our fight. But in that shared resolve, in the fire of those around us, I could see the tiniest glimmer of hope, a promise that transcended fear, that whispered of tomorrow. The clock was ticking, and the night was still young, but the danger was palpable. Each heartbeat echoed in my ears, a reminder that we were alive, that we were present in this moment of reckoning. The world felt vast, and yet, at that moment, it was just us, a band of dreamers in a city filled with ghosts. And so, we stood there, a fragile alliance of hearts beating in sync, a kaleidoscope of stories woven together. The weight of our past and the uncertainty of our future tangled into a single narrative, raw, real, and impossibly ours. The clash was inevitable, the confrontation loomed on the horizon, stretching endlessly like the night sky above. I didn't know what would come, but I felt the strength of unity coursing through us, binding us together in an unbreakable thread. There was power in our vulnerability, and in that realization, the shadows began to lift, just slightly, enough to dare to dream again. And somewhere in the distance, I could hear the sound of footsteps, echoing in the darkness, an army of hearts, ready to rise. The drought had turned the earth to a cracked, parched tongue, whispering forgotten prayers into the wind, prayers that fell on deaf ears. Under a pallid sky, the sun hung like a judgmental eye, glaring down upon Aisha as she knelt beside the desiccated riverbed. She could almost hear the gurgling laughter of water in the distance, mocking her desperation, each ripple a ghost of what once was. Her fingers dug into the dry earth, a futile attempt to coax life from the ground, but all she unearthed was a long-buried ache, a deep longing that gnawed at her heart. "I remember," she whispered, her voice trembling, "when this river sang." Tears stung her eyes, a deluge of sorrow unleashed by memories of crystal-clear waters, the laughter of children splashing, the vibrant colors of life reflected in the currents. Now, it was just dust, the weight of despair hanging heavy in the air. Each breath felt like inhaling shards of glass. She could feel it, the land was dying, and so was she, a slow, agonizing extinction. Across the barren expanse, Malik stood, a silhouette against the fading light, his fists clenched at his sides, every muscle taut with pent-up frustration. When he looked at Aisha, he saw her pain etched into every line of her face, but he was powerless to ease it. His own heart was a battlefield, torn between rage and helplessness. "How long can we wait?" he shouted, his voice cracking under the strain. "How long before the land takes all of us?" "I don't know," Aisha replied, her voice a fragile whisper, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the brittle remains of hope. She met his gaze, a storm brewing in her chest, the weight of 1,000 unasked questions hanging between them. "I don't know how long we can survive without water." The air crackled with tension, each heartbeat a countdown to an explosion. They were not alone in this desolation. A flicker of movement caught Malik's eye, figures emerging from the shadows. The villagers, their faces gaunt and hollow, drawn to the remnants of a life that was slipping away. They were farmers, once proud stewards of the land. Now, they were a rabble of ghosts, hollow-eyed, resigned to their fate. "Malik," a voice called out, ragged and strained, pulling him back into the immediate horror of their reality. It was Farah, a mother who once cradled her children in her arms as they splashed in the river, now a specter of her former self. "They're coming for our land." His heart raced. The encroaching shadows were not just the dying light of day, they were the specter of conflict rising on the horizon, their desperation morphing into rage. "We can't let them take it," he growled, his fists tightening. "Not without a fight." But Aisha's gaze was haunted, and she could already see the battlefield laid out before them, the blood-soaked earth, the cries of the fallen. "We can't afford to lose more lives, Malik. We're already so few." I remember, Malik's voice was a low growl, his thoughts spiraling back to a time when the fields were lush and the river embraced the sun. "I remember when we were invincible. But now?" Aisha's heart twisted with the weight of unspoken fears. What would they become when desperation turned to violence? Would they still recognize each other in the ashes of their lost humanity? The sun dipped below the horizon, and the darkness wrapped around them like a shroud. Shadows stretched and twisted, and the air grew thick with unshed tears. Aisha glanced at the sky, where the first stars dared to pierce through the gloom. They flickered like distant promises, meaningless in the face of their plight. "I can't let them take everything, Aisha," Malik insisted, the fight in him igniting like a match against dry wood, a blaze threatening to consume all reason. "They want our land. They want our water. They want to see us kneel and beg for scraps." "And what if we become monsters?" she replied, her voice trembling. "What if we lose ourselves in the fight?" But as the moon rose, casting an eerie glow over the desolation, the choice loomed ahead like a dark chasm. The sound of footsteps echoed, merciless and unrelenting, across the barren earth. The villagers, once united by laughter and light, now teetered on the edge of darkness, facing an enemy who would strip them of their very essence. "Malik," Aisha said, her heart pounding like the war drums of old. "If we stand together, we might find a way to survive without tearing each other apart." "Together?" His voice was a mix of disbelief and longing, a lifeboat in stormy seas. "What if together isn't enough?" She held his gaze, daring to hope, daring to dream of a world where the river sang again. "Then we will find another way. We will remember why we fight." And in that moment, as the shadows closed in, something shifted. The ground beneath them felt alive, pulsing with the rhythm of their heartbeats, filled with the weight of all that was at stake. Aisha and Malik, two flawed souls standing at the edge of conflict, realized they could either surrender to despair or rise against it. As the darkness reached out, each moment suspended in time, they felt a flicker of courage ignite in their chests, a defiance against the choking grip of hopelessness. Together, they would face the impending storm, a reckoning of water, land, and the very fabric of their humanity. And though the night was thick with uncertainty, they knew they could not turn away. For to do so would mean surrendering not only their land but also their souls. The battle was imminent, and in the depths of their hearts, they carried the weight of a future that was, perhaps, still unwritten. The lights flickered in the dim room, casting long shadows that danced like specters across the walls. Each pulse of power felt alive, crackling in the air, whispering secrets that echoed through the silence. I remember the way the hum of the servers enveloped me, a low, ominous drone that promised both salvation and destruction. I was lost in the whirlwind of my own thoughts when the screen lit up, a blinding flood of data cascading like a waterfall of chaos. And then, the message appeared. "Target compromised." The words hit me like a punch to the gut, a visceral jolt that sent my heart racing. I glanced at my partner, Caleb, whose fingers were trembling over the keyboard, a fleeting ghost of confidence flickering in his eyes. His brow furrowed, and for a moment, I saw the boy he used to be, bold, invincible, the kind of kid who would challenge anyone to a duel in the schoolyard without a second thought. But now? Now, he was a soldier on a battlefield of ones and zeros, facing an enemy as invisible as the air we breathed. "Shit, Anna! They've breached the firewall. We have to," his voice cracked, the weight of responsibility crashing down on him like a tidal wave. I could feel the panic rising in the pit of my stomach, the sharp taste of fear coiling around my thoughts like a serpent. I remember when we first started this fight, back when it felt like a game. The thrill of the hunt, the adrenaline of hacking into systems and exposing the truth, it was exhilarating. But this? This was war. This was cyber warfare, and there were no rules, no boundaries, only the cold, hard reality that we were outnumbered and outmatched. "Caleb, focus! We can't lose this!" I shouted, my voice trembling with urgency. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in, each second stretching into eternity. I glanced at the clock, it was ticking down, a countdown to chaos. The echoes of our past flooded back. I remember when we pulled our first all-nighter, driven by caffeine and reckless ambition, laughing at the absurdity of what we were doing. We thought we were invincible. Now, the stakes were real, and the laughter had been swallowed by the weight of our mission. The city outside was a labyrinth of shadows and flickering lights, a stark reminder of the life we'd left behind. People walked unaware, blissfully ignorant of the storm brewing in the digital ether. Could they ever understand the terror that lurked behind every keystroke? The possibility that every message, every image, could be dissected, manipulated, weaponized against them? I felt the weight of that knowledge pressing down on me, suffocating. "Caleb, I need you to work the algorithms." We have to counteract their moves. I urged, but my words felt like stones thrown into a deep chasm, never to be heard again. The tension was thick, palpable, wrapping around us like a noose tightening with each passing moment. He looked up, his eyes wide, reflecting a cocktail of fear and resolve. What if we don't make it? What if this is it? His voice was barely a whisper, but it sliced through the air, raw and unfiltered. I took a breath, my heart pounding. The truth was, I didn't know. I didn't know if we would survive this, if our skills would be enough to fend off the encroaching darkness. But we had to try. We owed it to ourselves and to everyone who believed in the power of information, the sanctity of truth. I remember the day we said we'd fight for the people, Caleb. This is our chance. We can't back down now, I said, trying to infuse my voice with strength, hoping to ignite a spark of hope in him. As I spoke, my mind wandered again, tracing the contours of our city, its skyline pierced by the towers of technology, a monument to our hubris. We had built these walls, yet they felt more like prisons than shields. The irony was maddening. We were the architects of our own demise, weaving webs of data that ensnared us just as surely as they promised freedom. But it was the people, the faces of the innocent who would suffer, that ignited the fire within me. I remembered the stories, the mother clutching her child as news of a security breach flashed across the screen, the elderly man bewildered by the rapid pace of change, the teenager whose very identity was at stake, floating in the sea of social media chaos. We were their last line of defense, a flickering candle in the encroaching darkness. Do it! We have to act now. I commanded, and he nodded, his fingers flying over the keyboard, a flurry of motion like a dancer caught in a fever dream. But as he worked, the shadows deepened. The battle was no longer just against an unseen enemy, it was against the creeping doubt that gnawed at my resolve. What if we failed? What if our efforts were in vain, lost in the void of data that spiraled further and further away from us? Caleb! I shouted suddenly, the desperation spilling out of me. If this goes south, if we fall, promise me you won't stop fighting. Promise me you'll find a way to finish this. He met my gaze, and for a heartbeat, time stood still. I saw the flicker of understanding, the bond forged in the fires of this war. I promise, Anna, he said quietly, and in that moment, I could see it, the flicker of hope reflected in his eyes, igniting my own. The screen flashed again, the countdown ticking ominously, a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. But together, we were a force, a tempest of technology, an unyielding storm. And with every stroke of the keys, we fought back against the encroaching darkness, the ghosts of our fears whispering in the void. And as we plunged deeper into the abyss of cyber warfare, the shadows around us grew darker, but I felt a light within. A pulse of defiance thrumming in my veins. The battle was far from over, but we would not back down. In this fight for information, we would tether our fates to the truth, a bond woven with courage and resolve. Because in a world haunted by the specters of technology, we were the warriors battling to reclaim the light. And we would not falter. We would not fade into the shadows. Our fight had just begun. The room is suffocating. The air thick with unspoken words, it clings to the skin like a second layer. A clock ticks somewhere in the darkness, each second stretching into eternity. Maria stands frozen, the shadows dancing around her, her heart pounding against her ribcage as if trying to break free. She knows what's coming, but knowing doesn't dull the edge of fear. Her brother, Miguel, is out there somewhere, lost in a world that feels both familiar and foreign, a world where they once belonged but now seem like ghosts haunting the edges of their own history. I remember, the thought rattles through her mind, echoing like a memory caught in a web. I remember when we were children, running through those sunlit streets, laughter spilling like water. We were invincible then. But that was before the walls went up, before the whispers turned to shouts, before the world became a battleground where hope was a flicker, a fragile flame threatened by the winds of change. She glances at her phone, the screen lighting up with a message. A video, shaky and raw. It's Miguel. He stands at the edge of a protest, a sea of faces around him, their eyes filled with desperation, anger, and a flicker of hope. "Help us," he cries, and each word slices through her heart like a knife, each syllable a plea that resonates with every fiber of her being. He's fighting for a cause that feels both noble and impossible, and she is torn between pride and fear. "Don't go," she whispers to the darkness, but it's too late. He's already stepped into the chaos, the tempest swirling with voices of the displaced, the forgotten, the yearning. It's a tapestry of sorrow and resilience, but right now, all she can feel is the weight of the unknown pressing down on her chest. Across town, Amir watches the same protest unfold on a screen, his heart hammering in sync with the chants echoing through the streets. He's an outsider, a storyteller by trade, but in this moment, he is more than just an observer. He is a vessel of narratives waiting to burst forth, narratives soaked in pain, joy, and the relentless struggle of his people. The diaspora community he calls home pulses with life and contradiction, a vibrant tapestry woven from threads of longing and belonging. "I remember," he murmurs, his voice barely a whisper above the clamor of the crowd. "I remember my mother's stories, the sweetness of her voice weaving the past into the present. I remember her laughter, so infectious, so warm. But what good are memories when they are obscured by the fog of displacement? What good are stories when they drown in the noise of indifference?" He feels the weight of responsibility pressing down upon him. The camera in his hands is not just a tool, it's a lifeline, an anchor in a storm. With each click, he captures the essence of their struggle, a visceral reminder that they are not just statistics, not just headlines, but living, breathing souls with dreams that stretch beyond borders. Amir, a voice cuts through the din, a woman, her eyes fierce, her spirit unyielding. "We need your voice. We need you to amplify our stories." Her name is Layla, a firebrand with scars etched deep into her soul, the kind of person who makes you believe in the power of words. She carries the weight of her community on her shoulders, and her passion ignites something inside him, a sense of urgency, a call to arms. "I will," he promises, breathless. "I will tell your stories." But the doubt lingers at the edges, gnawing at him. Are stories enough? Will they change minds, hearts, lives? Or are they just echoes in an empty room, fading into silence? The protest swells, a living organism fueled by pain and fervor, the kind of energy that crackles in the air like static electricity. Maria joins the crowd, her body moving almost involuntarily, a moth drawn to the flame of a cause she believes in, even as her heart aches for Miguel. "Where are you?" she whispers into the thrumming air, her voice lost among the myriad of cries, each one a thread of humanity weaving into a larger narrative. Suddenly, chaos erupts. A flash of light, tear gas. The crowd surges, panic ripples through the sea of bodies. She feels herself being pulled, pushed, but she fights against the current, searching for a familiar face. "Miguel!" The name escapes her lips, a prayer, and a scream. Amir raises his camera, capturing the moment in all its raw intensity, the fear, the resilience, the pulse of a community refusing to be silenced. He feels the urgency in each shutter click, each frame a testament to the struggle, a rallying cry echoing long after the chaos subsides. But the fear gnaws at him, a relentless specter. What if he fails? What if the stories remain unheard? Time stretches, each heartbeat a tick of the clock in the shadows. Maria finds herself in the center of it all, the chaos swirling around her, but amidst the fear, there's something beautiful, a unity forged in anguish, a collective spirit rising like a phoenix from the ashes. She feels it coursing through her veins, igniting a fire that won't be extinguished. "I remember," she breathes again, her voice steady now. "I remember the strength of our ancestors, the battles fought and the ground reclaimed. I remember, this is our story, and we will not let it end in silence." And as she raises her voice, it becomes one with the crowd, a chorus of defiance that echoes through the streets, shaking the foundations of the world around them, a testament to the power of diaspora communities standing united, refusing to be mere footnotes in someone else's narrative. In that moment, Amir captures it all, the raw emotion, the fervent heartbeat of a movement, the determination etched into every face. The stories of the displaced are not just tales of loss, they are chronicles of hope, resilience, and an indomitable spirit that refuses to fade away. The clock ticks on, the night deepening, shadows stretching like fingers, But within that darkness, something stirs, an awareness, a fire ignited not just in their hearts but in the hearts of those who will hear their stories. As the world watches, they stand tall, a tapestry of voices rising in unison, echoing through the night, reminding everyone that they are alive, and they will be heard. This is not an ending, nor a conclusion. This is a moment, a breath paused in time, a heartbeat that transcends borders, reaching out into the cosmos, intertwining with the very fabric of history. They are here, and they will fight, and it is only just the beginning. The air buzzes with tension, thick enough to cut. I can hear the sirens wailing in the distance, a cruel reminder of the chaos unfurling just outside this crumbling community center. Behind me, the faint flicker of fluorescent lights casts ghostly shadows, and my heart races against the backdrop of muffled voices arguing, clashing like stormy waves. People have gathered, faces set in anger, desperation glistening in their eyes. I grasp the worn wooden table, its surface marred with the scars of countless meetings, but tonight, it feels more like a battlefield. I remember when we used to come here to laugh, to share stories, to build a place for hope. But hope is a fragile thing, isn't it? It hangs like a pendulum, swinging between darkness and light. I glance at Gloria, her fingers trembling as they tap against her knee, a nervous rhythm that betrays her fear. She's a single mother, her son lost to the streets, a victim of division, a casualty of bitterness. They just don't understand, she mutters, her voice a threadbare whisper. My heart aches for her, but we both know, the walls are closing in. Across the room, Marcus stands rigid, fists clenched at his sides, his eyes blazing with an anger that feels palpable. He lost his brother last year, a victim of the same violence that has fractured our community. This isn't about us. It's about the lives we could save. His voice booms, echoing against the walls, reverberating in my chest. It's not just anger, it's a plea, a desperate shout into the void, as if he believes that if he just yells loud enough, someone will listen. Yet, there's something haunting in his eyes, a flicker of fear, perhaps. Fear of losing more, of losing everything. I remember the night it happened, the cold wind whipping through the streets, the cries cutting through the air like glass. The memory is a ghost that haunts me still, and I can see it reflected in Marcus's fury. The lines on his face deepen as he speaks, each word carved from the stone of sorrow, each syllable a testament to loss. We can't keep doing this. Fighting among ourselves while they take everything from us. He gestures wildly, indicating the small gathering of people, each caught in their own cyclone of grief and rage. I want to scream, I want to shake him, to tell him that we can't afford to tear each other apart. But the silence lingers, heavy like a shroud, suffocating hope. I glance back at Gloria, wondering if she sees it too, the way division breeds despair. We need to come together, I say, my voice quaking as I step into the fray, the weight of their gazes pressing down. What if we don't let their hatred win? What if we choose to rebuild? The room goes quiet, a fragile stillness engulfing us, like the calm before a storm. I can feel their doubt in the air, thick as fog. But I push on, each word a fragile lifeline. We could start small. A community garden? Something to bring us together, remind us of the beauty we can create, even in the darkest times. Suddenly, the tension snaps like a taut string, laughter erupts from the corner. It's a cruel, mocking laughter, Tina, arms crossed, her face twisted in disbelief. A garden? Really? You think a few plants will fix this mess? Her voice drips with scorn, but underneath, I sense a deep-seated pain. A woman who has lost faith, who has buried hope beneath layers of resentment. But I refuse to back down. It's not just about the garden, Tina. It's about us. I can feel Marcus's gaze on me, a flicker of something, maybe understanding, maybe disbelief, but I cannot falter. It's about showing our children that we can choose love over hate, that we can be better. Somewhere in the back, a child begins to cry, the sound slicing through our standoff. It's a sharp reminder of what we're really fighting for. I catch a glimpse of Gloria's face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. They need us to be better. They need us to try. And in that moment, I remember, a memory floods back, a summer day years ago, laughter spilling through the streets like sunlight. We danced and sang, we believed in the strength of our unity. I can almost hear echoes of that laughter now, resonating through the walls, a stark contrast to the pain we're trapped in. The air thickens again, but something shifts, a fragile thread of connection weaving through the room. We look at one another, those haunted faces softening just a fraction. There's a flicker of recognition, a shared heartbeat under the weight of division. Marcus steps forward, still trembling with anger but now with uncertainty, vulnerability breaking through. Maybe, his voice falters. Maybe we can try. And just like that, the air shifts, hope creeping back in like dawn breaking after a long night. I watch as he turns to face Gloria, the spark of something igniting between them, a fragile alliance against the shadows. Their pain is different, but it binds them, binds us. We are all carrying scars, remnants of battles fought in silence, but perhaps we can choose to turn those scars into stories of resilience. I remember the nights filled with laughter and dreams, the warmth of community. Maybe we can reignite that spark, even in this storm. The arguments fade, voices rise and fall in a hesitant rhythm, and I realize we're caught in something much larger than ourselves, a fragile dance between despair and hope. A chance to reclaim what has been lost. As the voices weave around us, I can feel the shadows of the past retreating, not entirely erased but fading into the background. We're still in the thick of it, still grappling with our fears and losses, but perhaps, just perhaps, we can forge a new path, together. And just like that, the haunting echoes of division begin to transform, morphing into tentative whispers of reconciliation. The night is still heavy, the air still thick, but in this moment, we cling to the possibility of change, a flicker of hope igniting in the darkness, one heartbeat, one shared breath at a time. The air crackled with tension, a palpable force that clung to the skin, a visceral reminder of what was at stake. Sirens wailed in the distance, haunting notes of desperation that sliced through the oppressive silence of the city. I stood at the edge of the crumbling rooftop, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood and ash. My heart raced, a war drum echoing in my ears, as I gazed down at the streets below, once vibrant, now a canvas of despair. Every flicker of movement told a story, a life caught in a web of conflict, a flicker of hope smothered beneath heavy boots. I remember the first time I met Layla. It was a mundane day, or so I thought. She was selling flowers, fresh and fragrant, at the corner of a bustling market. Her laughter collided with the harsh cries of vendors, a melody that danced through the chaos. But beneath her warmth, there was a storm, a fierce longing that flickered in her eyes, a spark that dared to challenge the darkness looming over us. "You can't just survive, you have to live," she said, her voice steady yet trembling with conviction. I remember thinking how naive that sounded, yet there was something in her spirit that lit a fire in my chest. Now, that fire felt more like a funeral pyre, consuming everything in its wake. And then there was Amir, my brother, a soldier draped in the heavy weight of duty. Whenever he walked through the door, the walls whispered his name, echoing the unspoken fears that lingered in our home. "I fight for us," he would say, but I saw the shadows in his eyes. Each mission changed him, chipping away at the boy I once knew, molding him into a hardened shell of a man. "You don't understand," he would argue, fists clenched, voice hoarse. But I did understand. I recognized the ghosts trailing behind him, the faces of those he couldn't save, the burden of choices that clawed at his sanity. The world spiraled into chaos, and I was left standing between them, aisles of sorrow flooding my heart. I remember one night, the air thick with the scent of jasmine, when Layla and I shared our dreams beneath a blanket of stars. "What if we could leave this place? Start anew," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread woven into the fabric of my own fleeting hope. But the shadows of war were never far away, lurking like predators beneath the surface, waiting for a moment of vulnerability to strike. Just as I began to believe in a tomorrow, a thunderous boom shattered the night, sending tremors through the ground. I remember the impact, the way it rattled the windows, the way the darkness swallowed the light. Layla's hands gripped mine, her eyes wide, reflecting the chaos outside, our haven transformed into a nightmare. "Stay with me," she pleaded, her breath warm against my cheek. In that moment, I could feel the weight of her fear, the stark reality of a life caught in the crossfire. Amir came home that night, his uniform smeared with the remnants of a battle, a stark reminder that safety was an illusion. I remember the way he stood at the doorway, a ghost in his own skin, unable to meet our eyes. "It was hell," he muttered, voice breaking like the glass littering the streets. He spoke of comrades lost, of choices made in the blink of an eye. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the edge of his own despair, but the distance between us felt insurmountable, an unbridgeable chasm of grief and guilt. Each day blurred into the next, a relentless cycle of fear and fleeting moments of joy. We clung to each other, desperately trying to piece together a semblance of normalcy in a world that had gone mad. I remember cooking dinner, Layla humming softly as she chopped vegetables, Amir sitting at the table, his eyes hauntingly vacant. We laughed, but the sound felt hollow, echoing through the cracks in our lives. I wanted to believe we could rise above the turmoil, that love would conquer all. Yet, with every news report, every tremor beneath our feet, that conviction eroded, leaving behind only fear. Then, the day came when the sirens grew deafening, wailing like banshees, their cries piercing through the fabric of our reality. I remember standing at the window, watching the smoke billow into the sky, a dark hand reaching across the landscape, claiming lives, dreams, and futures. Layla's voice trembled beside me. "This is what they want, isn't it? To keep us afraid." I turned to her, and my heart shattered at the sight of her fear. I wanted to promise her safety, to wrap her in a cocoon of protection, but how could I shield her from a world hell-bent on destruction? Amir stormed out, his resolve ignited by the chaos. "I have to go," he said, his voice firm yet tinged with uncertainty. "They need me." I wanted to scream, to pull him back into the safety of our home, but I felt the weight of his duty pressing down on us, heavy and unyielding. I watched him disappear into the night, a soldier chasing shadows, and I felt the world tilt beneath my feet. Time blurred, and I remember the haunting stillness after the storm, the deafening quiet that followed. Layla and I stood together, clutching each other as the echoes of war faded into the background. The city lay in ruins, but amid the wreckage, a fragile thread of hope intertwined with our fears. "We will rebuild," Layla whispered, her voice resolute, but I felt the weight of doubt pressing down like a shroud. Could we truly rise from the ashes, or were we destined to be mere ghosts wandering these streets, forever haunted by the choices we made? The night stretched on, thick with unspoken words and heavy with lost dreams. I remember the way the stars twinkled above, distant and indifferent, as if watching our struggle unfold. The universe felt vast, and within that enormity, we were but tiny flickers of light, flickering against the overwhelming darkness. I didn't know what tomorrow would bring, but I knew we were in this together. I could feel the tension coiling like a serpent, poised to strike. The stories of our lives intertwined, each choice a thread woven into the tapestry of our fate. I remember the weight of responsibility pressing down on my shoulders, the ache of love intertwined with the agony of fear. The pulse of the city throbbed beneath my feet, a drumbeat of anticipation, a reminder that the fight was far from over. And as the sun began to rise, casting a pale light over the rubble, I knew that whatever came next, whatever lessons we learned, we would face it together. The echoes of our past would follow us, but in the depths of our hearts, there flickered a fragile flame, a testament to our resolve, our unwavering spirit. In this broken world, hope was an act of defiance, a rebellion against the shadows that sought to consume us.